Good afternoon. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Hollister School District Board of Trustees. We will have public comment, but first we're going to call the meeting to order at 4:03, and we'll do a roll call. Trustee Toasty here. Trustee Martinez, who will be joining us a little later. Trustee Grist.
Present.
And Trustee Perez.
Present.
And Trustee Marks, I'm here. And so public comments for closed session.
No, there is not.
Okay.
And I don't have any.
Okay, great. So I'll entertain a motion to convene the closed session.
I'll make the motion to convene to closed session.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. So
Do
I
we
guess
have to do a roll call on
it's
that?
on that. I don't think so. I think it's only on like decisions and things like that, right?
Right, I know that we had been, our alarm system is going off, but
Do we need to leave?
no, they're working on the alarm. Yeah, so we'll
Okay.
go.
4. That was easy.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think so. Let me check. I'm gonna check. Yeah, okay.
We'll call the meeting back to order at 6:10. Thank you all for being here for open session. We're going to do a flag salute. Would somebody like to lead our flag salute?
I can do that. Okay. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item number 7 is community and staff recognition.
Okay. So good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming to our regularly scheduled February board meeting. Tonight we have a very special recognition, and this recognition, we have a presentation, a little presentation for a few slides. However, I would like to introduce and thank all Margaret Mays Middle School staff and students. Tonight we recognize the path and the dedication that Mays staff have taken to work towards exiting comprehensive school improvement status. That is and there are many more staff members than there are present, but if you're from Mays Middle School, if you would just do us the pleasure of standing up. Thank you to you and your colleagues for working with our students, working with our families, and the amount of dedication that it takes to exit CSI is tremendous, and no words that I can express tonight could do it justice. We have a few just slides. Status that the state gives a school when they are not performing at a level that is sufficient in academics or in student behavior or attendance. Margaret Mays Middle School has met all of the thresholds that are needed because of the staff, because of the students, because of the leadership. And I know that we're working on the presentation, but I'll continue. Our board will honor our staff if you'd like to come forward, and we're in public education, so we have a certificate for you. And yeah, come on down. So some of the presentation, it's okay if we can't do the presentation. Part of CSI is also improving the environment for students. Staff are absolutely in tune with their students, and it all starts from the leadership, right? Our leaders and our teachers create a classroom environment that is engaging and that is beneficial to the students. They celebrate them. Right now, I believe it's the only school that has this practice of a student luncheon. These teachers here, and Ms. Rios, our SLP, they invite a student of their choice, and they have lunch with them. And the lunch is set up by Anne, by the student nutrition department, and they actually engage in a conversation with them, and they get to know their student. These are students that would not be recognized otherwise. So if we can flip through it. So through years of work and dedication, innovation, and academic improvement, we celebrate Mays tonight for exiting comprehensive school improvement. Here are some of their celebrations that I'm talking about. As you can see, all staff show up for this, and every staff member sits across a student, and they have that genuine conversation with the student, and they get to know them better. They celebrate them. Some times I've seen staff bring them a balloon or give them a certificate. And what better way of acknowledging a student by breaking bread with them, right? Eating with them. This middle picture is their English learner reclassification celebration in the library that they had recently. So all students are making gains. You can move forward. Is that the last one? Yeah. Okay. So with that, we would like to have the board present this to our principal, and then we just thank them. And
Congratulations. This certificate proudly presented to Marguerite Mays Middle School in recognition of exiting comprehensive school improvement.
yay. Thank you, everybody.
Be there, good job.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes,
thank
so
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I wish Kevin could get a promotion here.
Right?
All right.
Okay. Item 8 is closed session announcements, and we don't have any from closed session for tonight. Item 9 is to approve the agenda. Can we should somebody entertain a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We lost Liz.
Yeah, it looks like we lost Trustee Martinez.
She there?
Sorry, I.
Oh, sorry for a sec.
There she is.
So she's an aye as well. Okay, thank you. So item 10 is public comment.
Okay, we do have public comment, and I do want to read that board policy number 9323 allows each speaker 3 minutes. Members of the public may call in during the board meeting to enter the public comment queue and state their public comment at 630-6320. The Brown Act open meeting law prohibits the board from taking action at this meeting on items discussed during this time. So, the first speaker will be Anna and Cheyenne, and they are from the Elections EAP Renewal Workshop. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cheyenne, and I'm here on behalf of the Elections Department. I'm here to invite everyone to our upcoming workshops regarding the Election Administration Plan. We have 3 workshops, one on March 23rd, which will be from 5 p.m. to 6:30, and it will be in person. Then we have 2 on March 28th, and those will be through Zoom. The Election Administration Plan really it helps guide the implementation of the Voters' Choice Act and how we will conduct elections further for the next 2 years. So I will leave flyers here in the back for anyone that is interested, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next speaker is Kristen Down.
Good evening. I am Kristen Dam. I've been in the Hollister School District for 27 years and an additional 2 years teaching overseas on a Navy base in Japan. So 29 years teaching, which is hard to believe. I've been active in HESTA for many years, and when I was a lead negotiator several years ago, it was eye-opening. It seems like every year teachers must come to the table and beg for an increase in compensation. For once, I'd like the Hollister School District to come to the bargaining table and offer at least COLA. The cost of everything I buy, groceries, gas, utilities, you name it, it's all gone up. I think it's only fair and right that all Hollister School District employees be compensated fairly and that our salary keeps up with inflation. Surrounding districts are paying their employees. We think you can too. Consider all of the hard work your employees do, the countless hours spent, and please compensate us accordingly. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Rios.
Good evening, Board Superintendent Sanchez. I'm Cheryl Rios from HESTA, and ditto what Kristen said. And, you know, I'm sure ditto for the other people are going to say that. I'm coming to you with 3 other topics, though. Tonight you're going to hear a presentation, and I don't know if I'm going to stay till the very end, so that's why I'm bringing it up now. But tonight you're going to hear a presentation that you had asked for regarding a possible move of AAA to the campus of Mays Middle School. I'm here to ask you to have a bird's eye view of our district when you consider such actions. It's easy to identify a problem or situation that might need attention or change, but such change can start the dominoes falling in all different directions. First, this was a research notion several years ago with parent meetings, teacher, and classified staff input. It wasn't really popular and the move didn't happen. Today, times and issues are different. For example, Mays is hoping to become a community school. We don't know what it will look like as a community school, but the addition of AAA will alter the plans for the community outreach that Mays may have planned. I'm not saying not to consider such a move, but simply asking you to not make any structural changes in the district in a vacuum. Our district functions as a whole with many interdependent pieces. Next, I'm really happy to know that you are once again doing your community outreach meetings at the various sites. I actually miss having the board members visit our sites during the day so you can see what great things we're doing and the challenges that we all face. As you have your community outreach meetings, I know you're getting very valuable feedback about each particular site. What I'd like to see, in addition to sharing out what you've learned, is how all the different pieces are being assimilated into the board developing a shared vision for our district. For example, since we've created TK8 schools at all the elementary sites except R.O. Hardin, we have not heard what the board sees as the future for our comprehensive middle schools. Have you critically looked at the implications of having so many TKA sites, like the impact on elementary grades because of new housing in the neighborhoods? I'd also like to take a moment to talk about a staffing concern. Every meeting that you have, it seems you discuss in closed session something called public employee evaluation, discipline, non-reelection, dismissal, release, appointment. Do you know that we have teachers who have been non-reelected after their second year in the district? This is a concern for HESTA, as most of these teachers report that they've had good evaluations over the course of their 2 years. I'm not here to argue that administrators don't have the right to dismiss subpar employees, nor that the probationary employees do any reasoning. What I am here to argue is wondering if our site administrators are being true educational leaders who invest in the success of these employees. Are trainings offered? Is coaching offered? Have you asked yourself or the superintendent what it is about this employee that made them reelectable 1 year and not the next? So HSD is a community. It needs your vision and leadership as a whole. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nicole Falcon.
All right. right, so good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez, and thank you, Hesta, for coming out. Tonight, you'll hear a Hesta presentation on the current financial reality of members, and I'm here to speak to you tonight about my own personal struggles. Now, I'm a relatively new teacher. This is my 5th year being a teacher, and I've remained in the district. In just my 5 years, though, I've seen a lot of teachers who are new leave because it's just plain affordable here. Me being from Stockton, it's very different here. And it's really hard to see a future. And when you can't really imagine a future for yourself, that's a huge existential crisis. And we don't want to be in crisis. We want to have hopes and we have dreams. And I want to live the life of the grandparents who raised me. I want to be able to have what they have. And so I find that exceedingly difficult. And so the cost of everything has gone up substantially. And to be more specific about my own personal situation, about finding just a place to live here, I think having a home is a human right. And I wasn't able to qualify for any of the rent here because my beginning teacher salary wasn't 3 times the amount that they needed. So I resorted to Craigslist, which I don't recommend. It was a disaster. I had to break my lease, threats of being sued of the back rent that I would have to owe. Luckily, she found another sucker to take that place. And so I moved in with my now partner and his entire immediate family in the house that we eventually bought because bad things happen and people moved out. And so, it was by sheer luck that I got a place and now I can't afford my mortgage. But either way, I am happy that I have a place and that I want to stay here because I've grown to love this district. It is so different from being in Stockton and being in Arcata and Humboldt where I got my teaching credential. But it's great in its own ways. I've come to really love it here. And so I just want to echo what, Kristen Dam said and Cheryl Rios. We need COLA. We need a livable wage, especially when every other district surrounding us is able to provide that. They're receiving historic funding, 13% COLA. And so we want to live that American dream. We don't want to have an existential crisis. We want to be happy and healthy because that's what helps make our students happy and healthy. And lastly, just again, a shout out to my Hesta peeps. We are Hesta strong. Thank you.
Okay, item 11A is, oh, I gotta look here, sorry. A report on the certificated salaries presentation. And who's presenting?
This will be Hesta.
Okay.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation. This is a part of a presentation that we presented at our last negotiation session. It is a summary of what we presented. It was more thorough previously. When I get to slide 11, there's a mistake on that slide, and I'll bring it to your attention when we get there. So the survey was sent out to our certificated members, on February 1st, 2023. 197 responses were received by February 6th. And so we had 68% of our members responded. And we appreciate the time they took to answer those questions. As part of the survey, we asked for some member comments on how they might be struggling at this time. So I'll read this to you. Teaching has become more stressful over the past few years. Despite the extra stress and workload, many of us at my school site have a part-time job, a weekend job, or side hustle to make ends meet. This leaves us with minimal time to recharge for our students, profession, and families. So one of the questions we wanted to know is how many of our teachers are living paycheck to paycheck? And 81% stated yes, that they're living paycheck to paycheck. So I live paycheck to paycheck. I am in debt $12,000, not including my $18,000 left in student loans. My medical bills cost thousands, as well as unexpected car maintenance bills. I couldn't buy Christmas gifts for many of my family members. I work so hard, and yet it's not enough. I sign up for every after-school or summer school job they offer, and I don't even have any kids. I have a single subject, and I'm thinking about going to work at the high school. Are you being negatively impacted by inflation? And you'll notice in 2021, 7%, 2022, 6.5%. And although it's getting better, it's still negatively impacting 96.4% of our members. What are they struggling to pay for? Rent and mortgage. If you lump those together, if you consider that housing, you're either going to pay rent or a mortgage. That is a little bit over 50% of our members struggle to pay just for their housing. Utilities, 50%. Food, 46.8%. Car/gas, 47.8%. Student loans, 22%. None of the above, 9%. And all of the above, 14.5%. There were other things that were listed there, but these are the main ones that we wanted to pay attention to. So if you think about it, your teachers who are working really, really hard, just like everybody in the district, over half of us are struggling to pay for housing and are struggling to put food on the table. I can't afford to be a teacher. It's really that simple. Quite frankly, when evaluating my profession through a financial lens, I view teaching as a luxury. As a new teacher, I am not earning a livable income, especially when taking into consideration the current cost of living in our area. So we had someone volunteer to kind of give us a rundown of what their monthly expenses were in January. So this teacher is on step 5, column 7. $74,150 is their salary for the year. Their monthly take-home is $3,943 after their deductions, including but not limited to taxes, deferred pay, $285 withholding, $250 for the low mid-tier insurance plan, disability insurance, and retirement. I'm a little worried about this newer teacher only being able to put $50 away extra for their retirement. Mortgage is $3,800, which is split. So this particular teacher's share is $1,500. PG&E, $300. Garbage, $116. Cell phone, car payments, student loans, water, internet, cable, car insurance, gas, co-pays equals $3,314 in bills, plus $680 in food and supplies, which leaves $0 left from paycheck to paycheck. It also doesn't include yearly expenses, such as car maintenance, vet costs, eyewear, co-pays, and so forth. What is the cost of living in Hollister? It's 66% higher than the national average. And a monthly rental compared in California for a 1-bedroom is $2,130. Up to a 4-bedroom, $3,788 as an average. And all of those, when compared throughout California, are high. So what's our reality? In Hollister School District, 45% of certificated staff, teachers, make below $85,000, which is step 10, column 7. So 124 members of 275, which doesn't include 16 members who are on, it should not say RSP, it should say SLP. So the speech, psych, and social worker schedule. They have a different salary schedule. So as you can see, almost half your teachers are living paycheck to paycheck. The only way to not live paycheck to paycheck is to have dual income. If your spouse gets hurt, becomes sick, eccentric, we're screwed. Not my words. The rent next door for a 3-bedroom house is $3,200. On a single income, there's no way I could afford that. Plus all my regular monthly costs, such as car insurance, utilities, gas, food. So we wanted to share this with you because I know that we all know that we've had some struggles, but we also know that the district has received cost of living COLAs, and there is money there available to give your teachers a raise this year. And so we look forward to having these discussions at the negotiations table. Thank you.
Item 11B is a report on student outcome review. The board will hear a report on the most recent student outcomes as compared to the 2022 California School Dashboard. And our contact person is Director of Educational Services, Dr. Colleen Myers.
Good evening. Okay, I'm going to be up here for just a minute. I have a couple presentations. I wanted to give you a summary of how our students are doing now that we have passed our second trimester. And so this report has been prepared for you. This is our student outcomes report. This isn't just an academic focus. As you know, we are a district for a whole child. We serve social, emotional, behavioral, and academic learning here. So you'll see some of that data reflected in this presentation. First of all, let's review who is HSD. This is our 21-22 data. You have a lot of this information was given to in a preliminary presentation in October from the initial CASP results. This is, the dashboard is now out after much anticipated delay of or release of this information. They present on the California School Dashboard the 21-22 data, and so then I wanted to give you a picture of where we are as of today for this information. This is our enrollment. This is our socioeconomically disadvantaged percentage, our English learner percentage, and our foster youth percentage as of 21-22. This year, we've gone down in enrollment, and in every other student group. We have our socioeconomically disadvantaged group is at 48.8%, English learners at 27.9%, and foster youth 0.2%, which is about 11, I think the last time we looked, 11 students in our district. This will have implications on our LCAP as our UPP, the unduplicated student count, will decline, or a percentage will decline. We want to keep it at a certain threshold to maintain, but it maintains some funding. But this is important numbers to take into consideration as we plan for services for those populations. And just a reminder, the UPP is English learners, foster youth, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged. Okay, academic outcomes. Again, I apologize for the review of October information, but on the dashboard we can see where we are with our ELA. This is based strictly from our CASP scores in the spring of 22. We have low performing in English language arts and low performing in mathematics. When you go on the dashboard, those bottom bars will tell you how many student groups have scored in which areas. So you'll see ELA is very low for 3 student groups, and 3 for low, 1 for medium, and 1 for high. Okay. So I took that information and then we compared it on the STAR data. As you know, we implement a Renaissance STAR assessment, and this is given up to 4 times this year. We have our baseline data, we have fall data, and we have winter data. So some schools, the baseline data was, we kind of pushed this out in a hurry, so not everybody was able to jump in on a baseline assessment this year. But some schools have 3 points of data. This is collected at least over 2. So what's encouraging to me is that we see that collectively about 65%, a little more than 60% of our students have made the growth percentile that we would want them to make. So if you have a second grader that came in as in a first grade level, we want to see them make progress towards their actual grade level. This takes that assessment, it compares it to a nationally normed group across the nation, millions of children, and it says, yep, you guys are on this growth percentile, much like a baby growing chart, right? So that's encouraging. So our students are learning. They've started at one level. They have 2/3 are growing and learning and expanding their knowledge in ELA and math. There was a question at the last board meeting about our passing rate, and so I collected that data there. We have our middle schools receive letter grades, and the information that I collected was that 80% of our middle school students have all passing grades. We have 10% that have 1 failing grade, and then just right under 10, I think it is, receiving 2 or more failing grades.
So, do we have any plans to how we're going to remediate that?
Yes. So this is actually very timely. We have these conversations at the CSI meetings with the County Office of Education. Those that go to CSI meetings or attend, they know that it's our program improvement study. And so what they really do look at is, what factors are influencing students in getting a failing grade. And it could be a myriad of things that are influencing them. So that's really what we do. We do a program improvement study. We do analysis, a root cause analysis, and Mays has done a tremendous job with this, obviously, since they're exiting CSI. And so now we can, we'll focus with our other middle school grades and how we can improve.
How does 20% look to like other school districts?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know that comparatively, like when they go to the high school, they are not using letter grades. They're doing the 1, 2, the numbers. So it's a little different. And so, yeah, I could get that information for you. Okay. I do know that we do have 2 sides of a coin. There's the impact of homework club and study hall and whatnot, and where we had much success in one area, and then some area for improvement at another site. So those are areas that we just want to continue. Are we focusing on the right thing? Is it student motivation? Is it the climate? It could be so many different things, their attendance, their chronic absenteeism, those sort of things. So we want to make sure we're focusing on the right thing and not, blindly throwing the dart in the dark. And it takes a process. It's a long process. So hopefully we can take what we've learned from Mays CSI and transfer that to our other.
Do you see that there could be a collaboration with the high school to try to work with this?
Well, I know when I talked to
grading system.
When I talked to Principal Hertz and Assistant Principal Beltry, that and asked them, how did you do it? How did you change a school, turn a school around? And I think Diana would say we started with the staff. We asked them, what is it? What will be, what do you need to focus on to get better? And it came from within. So it's really, I think it's that collaborative effort, and bringing in our partners at the county office and their ability to tap state resources, circling the wagons, so to speak, and then coming from within, so.
It just concerns me that a fifth of our population are failing in middle school. And that's what we can't lose sight of.
Yep, I totally agree that, and never do we
can't
get,
sugarcoat it.
right.
Any way we look at it, we have to do better,
Mhm.
and we have to do better for those children.
Mhm.
So, and this is data as of now. correct?
Yes, as of the end of trimester 2.
So we're looking at current data,
Mhm.
and these are our children that we are serving right now.
Mhm.
So we have to look at this, and I would really, we need to put this as a spotlight, because we can't fail our kids.
And I think that's exactly the intention of the comprehensive school improvement plan, is that we need to
Well, I
work.
know you're working on this,
Yeah.
and I really appreciate everything you've done here. And I can't tell you how happy I am with what's happened at Mays and the work that your department is doing. And I'm so glad that you have put this together, because we need to, everybody, if we're gonna do what we need to do, we need to be very honest and open.
Mhm.
And okay, what are we gonna do here? 'Cause
Right.
I know you guys can do it.
Right.
I just feel it in my heart that we can make this change and do it for the children that are so deserving. And I just know we can do it.
Yeah, you have incredible people working for you.
I know.
So.
We are blessed. We are blessed.
Given the
and I
time
know
and
that.
resources, we can do it,
I know.
absolutely.
I agree.
And nothing more satisfying than supporting school sites. And
Oh,
their
absolutely.
improvement
And but
getting
we
them
have to
what they need.
identify the problem first.
Exactly, we have to
Absolutely.
identify the right problem, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And you're correct about what is it.
Yeah, I mean, I can say from my vantage point what I think it is,
Yeah.
but no, I'm not
Somebody
in the
else,
trenches.
that's
and-
right.
Yeah, so,
You're absolutely correct. And thank you so much.
you're welcome, my pleasure. Okay, so what do we have? Our supplemental programs in play. We have our early literacy that the board has dedicated their interest in. We have PATH, Preventing Academic Failure. We have Accelerated Reader, and we have Footsteps to Brilliance. Those are in play right now. At all sites. Some sites have elected to invest site funds into Lexia or individual programs. So those would be individual per site, but these are all available to all sites. Yes,
Do you want us to wait questions at the end, or is now okay?
whatever.
Okay, so when they invest their funds on additional programs or in place of some of the other programs?
In addition, so they will always have this accessible. I
Mhm.
think every school is different,
Yes.
just like every person is different. For example, I'll use R.O. Hardin as an example. They, during their PATH time, they assign their students to Lexia for the 30-minute block or 20-minute or whatever given time while they pull small groups. So for them, that works. Whereas if you're at a larger school like at Lad Lane, they're going to have such a large group of students that might not be conducive with their spacing or whatnot. So it's an addition to. And I'm always eager to hear what their feedback is, because, could we take their success and apply it elsewhere to help other students, and I'm always interested.
Is it the school that decides, like if they want to be involved in PATH or AR or Footsteps of Brilliance, or do they all have a little piece of it?
They all have a little piece of it. So if they, that has been implemented since COVID, those programs have been in place. But if the school decides, you know what, we really want to deploy Lexia, that's a very comprehensive process, and it involves their school site council, their ELAC committee. It has to be written in their SIPSA, the Single Plan for School Achievement. It also has to align with our LCAP. So they can't just say, we're gonna do, some, how to make ice cream or whatever. So yeah, it's very comprehensive, and it's a very, Ed Services kind of oversees the SIPSAs. Certainly we would not want to micromanage that, but we have full faith that our sites, and never have I felt like, we've had to intervene or anything.
But we've had such great success, like at Sunny Slope, with when Erica and I toured. I mean, every student was getting the same lesson at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible.
It's incredible. We have some really incredible work, and I'm just gonna take a little sidebar here. That I was on a conversation, or in a conversation today, asking if UCSF and Chartwell can use Hollister as examples for, quite frankly, the entire state. They want Sacramento SCOE to come and view. We have about 30 people coming on March 7th to R.O. Hardin to see the PATH program. And these are people, Barbara Niemko herself from Napa, she's the county superintendent in Napa, coming down to see the program. She's seen it
At
before.
R.O. Hardin or Sunny Slope?
R.O. Hardin. And I did extend that Sunny Slope is mirroring that same program and having tremendous success as well. So that's, I mean, again, it's just amazing that, you know, this has caught fire, and yay Hollister for being models. You know, it's really great. So, and then also along that lines, there are plans that you'll see from the LCAP feedback, how we can extend that. I know that in conversations at the middle schools, you know, literacy is a concern still at middle school. So how can we support those? And so we've also taken initiative to be part of the development of middle school literacy program. And that's very exciting, and how that might look. So we have Zern for math, and if I haven't explained that before, it is directly connected to our Great Minds curriculum. So what it does is the teacher gives a math lesson on Unit 2, and then the teacher says, okay, now you guys are going to go do the Zern unit. It may come, Zern may find, oh, nope, you got tripped up on this standard or this standard, so you're going to repractice this.
What grade?
All
grades?
Yes.
From
kinder to 8th.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's amazing to see this in action, and I just have to give a shout out to Calaveras. They are using it like it's going out of style. It's awesome. And their math scores are showing, you know, when you look at like the CASP scores, their math scores indicate that, you know, they've been focusing on it, because it does exactly what we, you know, a teacher might not have time to do, is to pull just this one student for this one standard, and it helps them understand, you know, practice and master a standard. It gives teachers reports on who's focused on the same standard. So now, okay, I have a small group, let's work through this. So a tremendous resource there. For the amount of money that we invest in that, it's a big payback, in my opinion. We have Nearpod, which is built into STAR. I have already, it was almost a week into it, I had people saying, I want to get out of the freemium. Let's say we need more here. And so that's exciting when I hear that middle schools are using that. So Nearpod, again, takes the STAR assessments in ELA and math. It says this student needs these standards, and so these are the lessons that can be assigned to them. And so the teacher goes in, says, okay, it automatically groups the students, so these students need these similar standards, and so the teacher assigns it, and they just do their individual practice. It's awesome. I love that teachers are clamoring to get more. And then we have our English language development, our constructed meaning, our mission and achieve, and then we were able to purchase Lexia for newcomers. And so more on that exciting progress here. So this handsome gentleman was one that was recognized at Mays Middle School. I'm just going to say, is Jen here? I didn't see her. Probably because she's putting out her fire. She's on fire, this woman. Jennifer Miller is your coordinator of English learners, and oh my goodness, I don't know what she gets paid, but it might be a raise that she's coming her way. She has, I mean, just worked her tail off for these English learners. We had on the CAP score 45.9%, making progress towards English language proficiency. And the biggest win, here's how our LPAC broke down by grade level. This is always interesting. There's something called an LTEL. It's a long-term English learners. So typically, and this happens across the state, typically students come in as a newcomer, they're learning a new language, they are given the LPAC. It could be at any point in their career. They don't have to, they don't only start with us at kindergarten.
Right.
And so they fly through level 1, they get through level 2, but level 3, it's like the CASP. When we go from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, when we had I guess it was called SBAC or STAR, it was much different because they had to read. And so then their scores, you had 2nd graders that were scoring, okay, yeah, I got it. And then 3rd grade, boom, because they had to read, comprehend, and all of that. So we have LTELs that get stuck at that level 3. That's the lime green there. And, or I guess that's lime green. At level 3, those are our LTELs typically. But what's really exciting is that we have several strong of the dark green in level 4, and that's where they really get prepped for reclassification. So it's very exciting to see that data. So we have our reclass data that for this year, and this is, I made this maybe a couple weeks ago, and Jen was like, make sure, I'm going to give you the count. We're at a different score now. So we have 121 students reclass this year. We have 34 that are special ed reclass, and that is amazing.
Yes.
I'm so excited for this to present you with this information. It's huge. We've never had these numbers. So I attribute this to the organization and focus of one person and one committee, and the input from our teachers and our site administrators to come up with a process that truly authenticates a student is ready, they are proficient in English. And this is also guided by state parameters and whatnot, but we have just been working hard on that. I think Jen said, well, wait, we have 9 more that are coming. So every day she needs a little ticker on her door. Just amazing. And she's got her army of LPAC testers in full force right now. We're wrapping that up. We'll be working on that continuously while we also start CASP. Because the fun never ends in Ed Services.
I think you should tell the audience what that means for kids going to the high school.
Yes.
It has huge ramifications.
Yes, huge implications for their progress. So they have access, it just really says that they're prepared for secondary education, that they are given the blessing to read, write, speak, and listen in English proficiently.
So they can take they don't have to take any EL classes in high school, and then they can go to college. And then they don't have to take the remediation. So it allows them to go to college.
Yeah. So just to compare, in 21-22, we had 112. Look at us. In 22-23, we have 155 plus 9 plus 7. How many? I don't know what she has. I don't know how many we have left now. But potentially, we have, almost 180 reclassifications. That's more than there are students at HTR, AAA. Amazing. Yes. So super proud of that team. There's Diana and Daniel. They had a recognition for their reclassifications. We had proud parents, photos, tears, balloons.
Breakfast.
Yeah, we had food always. So yes, it was amazing. It was so great to celebrate these, and excited to share that. So then let's just calm ourselves down and go into engagement and climate outcomes. So engagement, climate, and culture are on the dashboard, measure the chronic absenteeism, the suspension rate. It'll also, for secondary schools, or for like the high school, it will include your graduation rate. For us, we had, again, this is 21-22, we had a very high chronically absenteeism, 31.8%. Not surprising given what's going on with the world. We had a suspension rate of 3.6%, and today, or when I pulled this report, our chronic absenteeism was 32.7, so it's ticked up just a hair. But Our suspension rate is down, almost half. That's amazing. So I gave him a little trophy right there. So we're making progress. We know across the state, our state superintendent says this is an emergency. We need to get kids to school. This is not unique to our area. We just need to focus on this. And so he's putting together, hopefully we can have some great minds help us solve that issue, get our students to school. Because they can't learn if they're not here. And in summary, so we need to figure out how to get our kids to attend school consistently. As you know, that there's a good piece of information. The chronic absenteeism, some people are like, oh, you know, what does that mean? It's absent 10% or more of the instructional days that they're enrolled. So we're in school for little, 180 days. That means they're missing 18 days out of their instruction or more. So we just want to help them so that they can be here. We especially want to reach the 30% of students that are low growth in ELA and math, and that seems achievable. We just need to dial in and focus on those students. How can we help them? I feel it's my interpretation that we need to double down on Tier 2 supports. That's our interventions and individual programming. More to come in my next presentation for that one. And we need to maintain our improved suspension rate. So what are we doing? How can we sustain it? We need to maintain our progress with English learners, and we need to support each other because we can do this. So here's an analogy for you all. You know, I'm a kindergarten teacher at heart, and that's what we do. We compare in kindergarten blue bears and red bears. This is an analogy. So I grew up on the American River, and you are taught early if you're a rafter. Any rafters?
I've done it.
Okay. All right. So if you've ever rafted, the first thing you learn is that you are going to go where you look. So if you look at the rock, you're going to hit the rock, So you have to decide in this scenario, where are you going? Are you going to go for the rock or the side? How are you going to get around? And that's my quote that I just made up. Nobody said it. You can either focus on what's in your way or how you're going to get around it. You choose. All right, so what's next? My presentation is next. We have, in July, you know that we implement our LCAP because you approved it June 30th, and we have all that planning and prep all year long. We have the California School Dashboard release out in the fall that gives us the data that we think we know and what the state sees. In the winter, we have our mid-year review, so we can say, how are we doing? Do we need to reallocate, refocus, readjust? And then by June, we have another LCAP for your approval. So that's our process, and I would like to thank you for your time on student outcomes. Any other questions?
What about Trustee Martinez? Is she still with us? I just want to give her an opportunity.
Yeah.
You have any questions or comments?
No, just other than, Colleen,
This
is so
We can't hear you.
massive.
We can't hear you, Liz. Hold on. Oh, try now.
Okay, can you hear me?
No. They're working on it.
Okay.
While we wait for technical connection. Going back to the 20% that Jan talked about. Is that district-wide? Can you break that down and provide specific schools for us?
Yep.
Can you provide that information next time around?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Liz,
We have a
want
comment.
to try again?
Should we do?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I also want to congratulate Colleen. I know, data is, especially with a district our size, is not an easy feat to compile and put in a presentation of this type. So thank you, Colleen, for bringing this important information. I think I'm, with Jan and as far as you know, drilling down, what does that look like? What does it mean, right? We have the information. So now, you know, going to the different schools and hearing what folks are needing, what our kids are needing, not so much the people, right? What our kids are needing, because they're voicing concerns about where our students are in their performance and their needs. So I think this just kind of reinforces that. What does that mean now, you know, as an educational system for us? What level of importance are we going to put to this? And how are we going to design the different, because each school is unique. We all understand that. And there's different demographics at each school. So I think it's just important to really now drill down to what specifically, and give ourselves some goals. I think internally looking at what we want to do, right, for our students, and really hitting internal measures for us, I think is really important. It's not just looking at the data, it's, you know, having some clear measure, like Jan says, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to fix this? Because I mean, I heard a lot of different things, but not, I think what I want to know is what does that look like for R.O. Hardin? What does that look like for Calaveras, for Sunny Slope, Sierra Vista? Because I want to make sure that we are providing the needed support as we're looking into next year and what is needed. Because like you said, we have different programs and we spend a lot of money, and, you know, I don't want to be spending things just to see what sticks, you know, let's just throw money at this, throw money at that. Because you can get lost in a district this size with so many schools and so many needs, with, you know, with what is truly needed and what is working at one school. If we have other people coming from other parts of the country to look at what we're doing right at one school, that to me is like, that's a no-brainer. That should be something we're modeling at all of our schools. If it's showing results, I'm not understanding how we would not be thinking of, you know, replicating it everywhere else, right? And I know it in part is your leadership, right? Your command of those expectations and your dedication to making sure that the effort into that, if that is the program that is really showing what we have in our demographics, huge improvements, that we wouldn't like, right, want to teach our others to go fish. I think it's just empowering for us to have something of a jewel like that, and just really look at what that looks like at all of our schools. But thank you. I appreciate all of the hard work for the presentation tonight.
You're welcome. And I think it feels good to present the data. We have multiple measures. We can't hang our student success on one thing as grades or CASP scores. That's why we take all of these things and we blend them together to kind of get a consensus of how are our students responding. That's why the outcomes was chosen for the title, because it also goes with their social emotional. Are they, you know, do they need counseling? Do they need behavioral intervention? Those are all things that go into the student progress.
Especially adolescents.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, well,
we do have a,
oh, I'm sorry, public comment?
well, when did you want to do your public comment? After her presentation? Okay, all right.
Okay, I got to stand here. All right. All righty. So my next presentation, performance, is the mid-year review of the Hollister LCAP. the local control and accountability plan. So those that are attending the community meetings, you're going to be quite familiar with this presentation. I have included it here just so everybody can see. It's just a public presentation of the LCAP. So I also included Spanish so that we're all inclusive there. And this is something that we reviewed at our first community meeting at R.O. Hardin. It's kind of morphed. It is a living document, so we're hoping to, if you have any improvement feedback, I'm open to it. So here we go. Our LCAP is 4 goals. Nice, neat goals there. We have the improving academic achievement, instruction, assessment, intervention, extended learning. We have safe and engaging inclusive classrooms and schools that meet the social emotional needs of all students. We ensure equity for all students in academic programs and social, engagement. We develop high levels of parent involvement in education where all parents are welcomed and expected to be involved in their child's education. In Espanol. Goal 1, I'll spare us the time of reading each of these because I know them by heart. They're my wrist tattoo. My goals, my LCAP goals. So these are the goals that we previously had in the LCAP. Okay, and so what we do is we take feedback from our community members. We've had teacher surveys, parent surveys, student surveys, open forums, etc. And we've taken that feedback and then we compare that again with our data and how are we doing with our LCAP. So I put a little kind of a progress meter on how we're doing based on that feedback. So we have our teacher assignments, the things with the green check marks are going well. The things with a little road construction, that's not Fairview Road construction, although that's because it's never ending. There is some room for the feedback and the data that we're looking at says that we need to double down here. We need to maybe switch up and move along.
I had put a note in about, I don't see math given its own line.
We wouldn't have, so we have previously, it was under ELA formative assessments, ELA and formative assessments math. They were individual actions. And so I did combine them, well, to be quite honest, for space.
Okay.
And then, but moving down the line, you'll see our changes. We're moving more towards a comprehensive formative assessment so that they're all included.
Okay.
That it's not to minimize math by any means. It was simply just,
Okay.
that's what I could fit on the slide, and
Gotcha.
we are doing some changes there.
All right.
Okay, so changes. We look at feedback saying that we need to expand early literacy beyond just Footsteps to Brilliance. How can we expand access to our primary grades for reading? The newsletter that I just sent out, it had Mayan and Footsteps to Brilliance, 17 million words, I think. Accelerated Reader, 200 million words. Mayan was, I don't know how many of her books, and it was Rancho San Justo, I think, and Calaveras, where one had more minutes and one had more books. I mean, thousands of books these students have read. So anyways, giving that equal access to the early literacy. Broadening intervention supports and services, so we know that what we have in place is good. How can we grow that? If we take, for example, Sunny Slope and R.O. Hardin model, I can speak that Sarah Vista is doing very similar. So how can we grow that? What would it take? What do we need there so that we can make it more productive? Increasing supports and services for English learners, continuing that ball. Access to technology, we all heard, our struggles there, expanding formative assessments to primary grades. And that's you'll see that change in the goal to include that primary assessment with ELA and math. Goal 2, social emotional support, professional SEL development. We're still working on this, we know that. We have just, I think the R.O. Hardin received they've got a social emotional support person now, so all schools have a person to support them. We've had some PD But, you know, 2 is not a lot. I can fit way more on this slide, Jan, than, I mean, so let's add a few. Here's what we've kind of come up with our data and again, the stakeholder feedback. Fulfillment of SEL positions, check. We already did that by the time I produced or published this. Ongoing social, emotional, professional development. We know we can never meet that. We'll never be satisfied. I'm sorry, don't want to misspeak. So we will always continue that. That can always be something that we offer. Providing safe and engaging spaces for students during lunch break. We have implemented that and it's going well. We want to expand that. Increase support for families in transition. We have, through our FPM process, we were able to say, you know what, we are going to earmark this amount of money for our homeless and our families in transition, and it's already been used. And so that's a very exciting reason that we can sleep at night because we're providing services for them. Athletic opportunities for students, as you know, has started and is, oh my goodness, just on fire. Facilities in good repair.
What about food?
Food?
In regards to, because I know that don't we still do the weekend where we send food home on the weekend? Is that in this part?
No, because it's not a I don't think that's been in the LCAP. I think that's just part of our nutrition plan that we send that on weekends.
So that's not.
Yeah.
Okay. But isn't that a service that we give?
We provide that service to more than the unduplicated count.
Right.
And it's something that has become embedded in what the district does.
But shouldn't we get recognition? I mean, shouldn't it be down in some report?
So if we add it to the LCAP, that means that we're allocating funding to it. If we allocate funding to it, it's currently funded through some other mechanism,
Through
which
nutrition,
student nutrition and the community pantry, I believe, that donates the food.
Okay.
So good point.
Yes.
That is a basic need.
No, because there is a high, during our LULAC meetings, there's a high food need among our low income.
Yeah, those little baskets or bags are very appreciated, I know, across our families.
Yeah, okay.
Righty, we did goal 2. I'm going backwards. Sorry. Okay. Just goal 3, trauma-informed practices training, anti-discriminatory disciplinary practices. So again, you know, what we can do more here. So what are we going to do? We're implementing differentiated instruction, which is, we've already been there, but we need to circle back, refresh. How else can we provide this training to our new teachers that have not had UDL? And how might we be able to support our students in that way? And then supporting inclusive classrooms, however that might be. We have a great collaboration with the county office and the SELPA for San Benito, and having an inclusive, hopefully, an inclusive TK class. And so that would be very exciting, so we can have those students participate in the regular program just as they are. Goal 4, this is the one I'm so excited about. Because we always say, oh, okay, we're gonna provide this, we're gonna provide daycare for our family, we're gonna provide dinner. It's the same time and time again, we get the same things. Well, how do we get parents to the table? Well, I think we have hopefully decided or have a path to get these parents engaged, and we are going to expand this goal based on feedback by adding additional Capturing Kids' Hearts parent nights. Those were well received, so we would like to allocate money there. Parent meetings with staff outside of school hours. We'd like to honor the time that teachers spend with their parents outside of school hours. We want to encourage that. Those relationships are priceless. And then increase and improve communication across district platforms. As you may have noticed, we have a new website. And so how are we going to, everyone's like, okay, what do we do with this? What do we do with this? So how can we leverage that to really communicate through Parent Square? through our website so that we have a consistent message across our district. Social medias, it's super important, you know, that we are here and relevant in the now, so we get our message out. And that I think, I'm sorry, Brandon, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Parent Square, we have like, what, 98% of everybody's contact. So I know how to pester. Send a text, send a text, send a text. And speaking of which, I tested it. So I thought, I wonder how many people are going to do Parent Square or use like an email or whatever. And the summer programs registration went out. And within 24 hours, we had 130 people use the Parent Square, and we had 80-some people use the Google method. So it's just kind of a different, you know, a little test study there. But yes, very excited about that because it's time. It's time that people don't say, I can't find your email. I've looked on websites and on our own website, and I'm like, who are the staff there? I don't know.
Yeah.
So, super excited about that. And so then at the conclusion of this presentation, people have an opportunity to provide feedback on these changes, these or other changes, suggestions, whatever. There's a QR code that takes them right to that. And I get a little notification at any time that somebody contributes. That's it.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments, including Trustee Martinez?
I think we have one coming up here. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All righty.
Thank you, girl.
Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Anita Saringhouse. I'm one of the nurses for the school district. I heard some really amazing things. Thank you, Colleen, for putting all that together because during times which seem pretty hard, there is so much hope. So I just wanted to reiterate some things that kind of stuck with me. The first one was that 62% of our students qualify as low socioeconomic status. As that's 2/3 basically of every single classroom. So when you're thinking about that from a nursing perspective, it's increased medical needs, increased food need, clothes, school supplies, sleep, social emotional well-being. And yet despite that, we saw a 65% growth. That is so cool. 155 are being reclassified. I heard these numbers have never had these numbers. And then going forward, an excellent question, you know, what are we going to do with these kids who aren't in the 80% of passing? I heard double down on support. And I guess all I want to remind you is that who does this all fall on? Who meets these medical, food stability, school supplies needs in the classroom? Teachers. They use their own money. They buy, I see it every single day because I get calls from the teachers. This student's homeless, this student is this student's parent passed away, or their grandparent is ill who raises them. So believe me, they are doing this. Who's responsible for this 65% growth? Certainly students and the work that they do. I had 2 kids come through Hollister School District. I adore their Ladley and Leopards for Life, and I adored and Rancho. One of them went to Rancho. And so I know my student had a lot to do with it, but really the driving force was what they got in the classroom, and then were eager to come home and share. Who was responsible for helping reclassify those 155? Who will be helping in the double down support? I heard, you know, teacher time with parents outside of the school hours is so important. That's not paid time. That's time that teachers choose to give. So I just want to say, I love how Jan said it's so true. We cannot fail our kids. I am begging you, please don't fail our teachers. They need their basic needs met so that they continue to meet the needs of their students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from Trustee Martinez? Okay. So item 12 is consent items. Can I get a motion to approve items 12A through 12K?
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 12A through 12K.
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
I already heard yours, thank you. Trustee Martinez and Trustee Marks, aye. Passed. All right, so we are at item 13, approval of board meeting minutes from January 2023.
There was a correction that someone had pointed out, that we would make the motion to adopt with that correction.
Okay. So since I'm the one that found it, I move that we approve the board meeting minutes from January 2023 with the amendment that on item 9A, last sentence, after discussion and deliberation, the board voted to reject this claim, not reduce this claim. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Discussion action items, 14A. Discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates. It's just some more supporting documents. Ray, do you want to talk to it?
Sure.
Superintendent?
Yes. So item 14A, we have another batch of board policies and administrative regulations that will be considered for approval tonight. We have mainly these are dealing with integrated waste management, environmental safety, green school operations, and so on. We have not updated these board policies in some time, and they are required by specific entities that we are pursuing grants with. So they are up for review tonight and consideration for approval.
Okay.
We had one edit, I believe, that would change.
I was going to suggest an edit for board policy 3511, which is energy and water management, on page 219, stormwater management, first sentence. It seems like there's a word missing.
Yes, so the board would make a motion if that is, I'm trying to find the document with the notes. 1 second.
What page was that again?
Page 219.
219. We would make a motion to approve the board policies and administrative regulations, and on page 19, the final version will be corrected to indicate that the district will reduce the discharge of pollutants.
Will. So
will. It's
okay.
It's missing the word will.
Okay. So, do I need to restate that?
I don't know if we have a motion on the floor yet.
I'll make a motion that we edit page 219, section,
The first paragraph.
first paragraph,
That district.
the district will
Yes.
reduce water,
The discharge of pollutants.
discharge of water pollutants.
Yes.
Okay, and then the others as they exist, yeah?
As they exist, unless the board has other comment.
Okay, does someone want to second that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Martinez? Okay, so 5-0. 14B,
Well, I have a comment on AR.
We've already approved it, Jan.
that was what the motion was to approve with that amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, 14B, consideration and action on review and approval of the monthly financial report. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees review and accept the report as presented. And our CVO will speak to it.
Thank you, board members, superintendent, and those diehard souls who are still sticking around.
You live for your presentation.
I'm feeling it. I was thinking that it was probably better to be in a board meeting than out in the weather. But I'll take that you live for it. That's awesome. All right. So, if Brandon will bring it up on the screen. Thank you. We have, for several months now, been looking at monthly financial statements, keeping track of where we are and where we're going, progress being made. This financial statement is through the month of January, the end of January. We have made some progress in our budget adjustments for second interim, so this is not the final that you'll be seeing for second interim. They're in the midst of still doing some of those adjustments. So we'll be looking at the financial statement in the board packet. Shall I just continue to look at that?
Yeah.
You all have it?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't want to prolong the meeting. Okay, so we start off with the unrestricted budget, and you can see, just as a reminder, we started off with the adopted budget in the far left column, adjustments to date through the end of January, and then the budget at the end of January, the expenses to date at the end of January, and then what's left on the budget balance. So we have looked at this before, and I'll point out a couple of things. In the budget used column, because we're looking at what should the board look at and where are we in our progress, you'll see that we're right around 50%, all the way down. Now, not all of them. Services and operating and books and supplies, as we've discussed earlier, don't quite follow, a full equitable distribution throughout the year. But when it comes to salaries and benefits and revenue that we've brought in, we're pretty much at 50% on the unrestricted side. Now, that includes truly unrestricted funds and LCAP funds and lottery funds. Okay. I don't know that there's anything that just jumps right out on this page, but I'll stop and see if, as you were looking at it, was there anything that you wanted to talk about that we were doing here? Okay, then I'm going to move on to the next page. Oh, thank you. Let's go one more, Brandon. So here we are with where are we on our deficit spending on our fund balance? Now, at second interim, we were deficit spending by 1.8 million. We've managed to make some progress on that to 1.3 million. As we've discussed previously, part of the things that we are doing at this juncture as we head toward second interim is we were looking for budgets that potentially were in the budget and weren't being used. And my best example was at second interim or estimated actuals for last year, you thought you were going to deficit spend by 4 million, but after everything closed, it was closer to 2 million. And I suspected that there were budgets that were in there that weren't going to be used. So we have identified some. We are still going through the process of identifying all. We're not cutting, say, school site budgets or department budgets if they're using them, because a budget is a spending authority. But if we find budgets that just look like they're orphans that are out there, we do some research, we take a look at what's happened last year, the year before, and then we make the decision. I make the decision. This doesn't look like it's going to be used, or yes, it does look like it's going to be used. Conversely, if there are line items that are in there that we have overspent, we will add more budget to that. So there's a little savings and there's a little cost, and it's this moving target that happens. Situations where we might have budgets that are overdrawn or in negative. We did not start hard coding requisitioning until close to the beginning of September. So schools started spending, putting in requisitions in May and June of last year for this school year. They want to get their supplies ahead of time. They want to make sure that they're there when the kids show up. So they had, say, May, June, July, August, September, 4 months to put things in that were never budget checked, weren't stopped at the source to say, wait a minute, you don't have enough budget. We started that in September.
Since the system is all automated at a school site, at a department, if you're putting in a requisition, and there's not enough money in that budget line, it stops you right there. And then the business office will support that school site when they say, I don't have enough money, how do I do this? Well, where would you like to move it from? We'll take it from my supplies and put it in my services, or however that ends up going. But it stops and it makes everyone aware of where they are in their budget and responsible for making those budget adjustments right away.
So, I'm a principal and my, history department comes to me and say, I want Junior Scholastic and I want to be able to use it, when my kids come in August. And I need to make my subscription now, for my, so that it starts in August and, Junior Scholastic needs to be paid. So how does that work?
So then the principal talks to the school secretary or the office manager, however the structure is at that school site,
Right.
and says, here's an estimate that we've got for Junior Scholastic. We're going to use it for our 7th grade class. Please put in a requisition for that. Put a requisition in for that. It becomes a purchase order. That purchase order, along with the order sheet for how many I'm going to need for that or I'm going to want for that subscription, then goes to the vendor, and the vendor makes that available to the school site beginning August 1st.
Okay. But let's say I don't have any money.
Well, okay. Gosh, I'd like to go out to dinner.
I
You
know,
know,
but
I don't have any
I'm
money.
sincere, but
No.
I'll have money July 1st, but I don't have any money now.
That's your question. I'm sorry. So what happens is we know there's always money for the first expense.
Okay.
And no one goes hog wild in May and June. Quite frankly, they're looking forward to what's happening with our promotion ceremonies. And can I make sure that I get that end of year reward field trip in?
Well, it's usually April and May that we make these requests.
Well, but they're still, that's what they're
Yeah.
thinking of. And how many more days do I have until the kids are gone? I love them dearly, but I need a break. So they're not thinking about going hog wild there.
Well,
They always have enough money.
Your
in the
history
beginning.
department is.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. They don't want to start the school year without it.
No. And that's completely okay. But the principal also knows by that time what their allocation is going to be for next year.
Okay.
And so they're not going to let the history department spend all of the money and not have the English language arts department have anything, or the art department have
Well, they
anything.
want their scope.
Well, everything's a balance.
Okay.
So.
But I mean, but they would be covered because it's the first art. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're
So you
open
wouldn't cut
during.
them off. I mean, they
No.
would get their, okay.
Again, they know what their allocation is before they start spending, and they'll put those beginning of the year requisitions in, and come July 3rd, when the Santa Clara rolls all of our budgets over,
Right.
then they'll hit there, the budget will be there, the expenses will be there.
Okay.
If there's a little tweaking, that's our job in my department, to tweak it at the very beginning, and after that, they're responsible.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll
I
get you
just
your
want to make
school.
sure the kids have their magazines.
Absolutely, that's why when we were looking at supplies and services, they're not at 50%. They have less money left because they spend more of it up front for
Right,
exactly that
right.
reason. All right, before I move on, are there any more questions on unrestricted? Okay, so as we go over to the restricted budgets, you can see where we are. There's not a lot of changes that have happened with restricted budgets. We pretty much know where our categoricals are. Any carryover from last year has been adjusted already. And any new monies that'll come out of primarily the federal government, the title funds, those have been adjusted to our current year allocations. They're on a different year than we are. We're a July through June year, and they're an October through September year. And I don't know if anybody's keeping track of what's going on with the federal budget, but they're supposed to have that budget by October, and we got an extension until December, and we got a continuing resolution at this point. We're gonna be all right. They're not gonna take our money. It's just a matter of them doing what they do in Washington. But we know what our allocation is going to be for next year at this point because it's been posted out there on the federal websites. So those adjustments have been made. Any questions on the restricted side, the categorical side? Okay, and unfortunately, oh, yes, ma'am.
So, just on the page 259 on your presentation, which is the page 1 of the restricted, So the very bottom line, that's what we contributed, right? The 14 million, 14.9 million. Right. So my thing is that, so we contributed from unrestricted into restricted for those specific earmarked programs. And so just so I'm understanding, so far right now, we've spent 16% of that 14.9 million. Oh, so we haven't done that yet, is what you're saying.
January, as we go through all of those categoricals, special ed was not completed, but it will be by second interim. So you will see a different number there. The budget won't change. You'll just see that we have made our estimated contribution. And then as we close the books in August, we will true everything up to what's actually required.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, so these are just things that this isn't including any of our other fund balances, correct? Any other, like, I know when you do the big report, you have all the different fund balances.
So this is only Fund 01, considered our general fund, where we have unrestricted general fund and restricted general fund. It does not include cafeteria fund, student nutritional services fund. It doesn't include any of our bond funds. It doesn't include any of our reserve funds for capital outlay or any of those funds. No, this is just the unrestricted, the operating funds.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go down to, unfortunately, this one gets a little long on the last page, but the important thing is not on the very last page, but I'm going a little bit farther down. Oh, there you go. The deficit spending in the categorical side is $3.5 million. Now, remember, we've had a conversation about deficit spending. When is it good? When is it okay? And when is it not okay? We are spending down balances in categorical funds. So some of those funds did not get fully expended in previous years. Some of them had 2 or 3 year plans for spending those funds. Some of them had carryover money that can only be spent for certain things. So we come into this year, we plan on spending down. And since those funds individually can only be used for the reasons that they have been granted to the district, it is expected that we will deficit spend in there, but not go beyond 0. So we will be deficit spending and bringing those things down. Any questions on this one? Okay. Thank you. Shall I stay for developer fees?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Oh, yeah. I was going to just ask if we had a speaker on that. Okay, item 14C is consideration and action on ratification of level 1 developer fee justification study and resolution 1722/23 adopting development fees on residential and commercial industrial construction.
For item B, approval of the monthly.
Oh, we have to
report, so
approve,
we need a motion.
Okay, so we need a motion on 14B
The
to
financial report.
approve the monthly financial report.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
to approve 14B, approval of the monthly financial report.
I second.
Okay, and I'll take a trustee Grist.
Aye.
Aye or nay? Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Okay, Lisa, Trustee Marks is an aye as well. Thank you. So I already spoke to 14C, so I suppose you're going to help us
I
understand.
will help you understand this. So the district collects an amount per square foot on all development that happens within our district. That amount is regulated by the State Allocation Board, and every 2 years they take a look at what the cost for construction is and raise that amount, which is the maximum. They raised it last January, so we're about a year behind, not a big deal. And so in order to collect those fees, we have to have a developer fee justification report. We need to justify the fact that we're going to charge our developers a fee. And so this report does that. And what's going to happen is we collect our developer fees and we share that maximum amount with the high school district. So the maximum amount currently is $4.79 a square foot for residential, and it's 78 cents for commercial. And then there are a few smaller specialized rates which are in here, but not anything we should spend a lot of time on. We collect 65% based on an old agreement that we've got, and then they get the other 35% for their building needs. It's important as a district for many reasons that we collect the maximum amount allowable by law. One of those reasons is anytime we are looking for the state to fund some of our construction, we need to show the state that we have done everything locally to collect as much as we locally can before we can go to the state to say we would like you to help pay for. And even if we go to the state and say we would like you to pay for, and they say okay, they're still going to say, and you need to pay a portion of that. Now, I know that you all are familiar with a lot of building that went around, that happened in and around the district around 2014, which we only just got funded for. And we have just recently finished and opened up Rancho Santana School, which we are still waiting for state money for. The reason we qualified for that money from 2014 and will qualify for our share of funding on state bonds for Rancho Santana is because we have collected the maximum amount of developer fees that we can. So this is important to the district, and what this report does is goes through and says this is the buildings that we have, these are the students that we have, this is the loading standard, that's what they call it, how many students per square foot, how much do we need, what else are we going to do. The important thing in this report is they have incorporated into this report as part of our need, our facility needs justification. So it's not just a matter of needing more square footage for students, it's also what else do we need to do to maintain some of those. And so there's modernization needs that get funded by the state, and so that can be incorporated into here. And so with all of that, they have determined, built the nexus, the connection between point A and point B, that the district does qualify to collect that minimum amount, or the maximum amount allowed by the state for our developer fees. If the board accepts this report and adopts the resolution, it'll take 60 days. There's a 60-day period between board action and actual implementation of that increase, and that increase will happen on August 29th. Any developers that can come in right now and pull their fees, they will pull their fees at the current rates. Another requirement of this, in order to do this, is that we have put public notices in the paper, 2 different weeks, which we have, and that had there been anyone, developer or otherwise, who wanted to see all of this ahead of time so that perhaps they could speak to the board against it, just those are things that happen, is that we would have to notify them individually. We have not been notified or requested by anyone in this district to give them that advance notice. And then finally, the developer fee justification report has been on the district website since, well, for the last 2 weeks, I believe it has. So that was in the public notice to tell people how to find it. It's also been available here at the district office if somebody wanted to come in and actually look for it, and we have had no request for anybody to view that report. So at this point, I'll take any questions, but otherwise I'll ask the board to adopt the resolution.
I make a motion to adopt approve the study and adoption of resolution 17/22/23 as presented.
A second.
Okay, we're gonna do a roll call vote on this. Trustee Grist,
I approve. Yay.
okay. Trustee Perez,
Yay.
Trustee Toasty,
Yay.
Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
okay, and I'm also an aye. So 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 14D, discussion and approval of E-rate bid and contract with Gigacom.
Okay. That'll be Brandon.
Yes, he's on his way. I think 14E, so.
Yes.
So this is the final leg of what we started back on November 15th for our E-rate request for proposal. We've gone through all the steps. We've posted publicly in newspapers. We posted on the USAC portal. We posted on the district website. 14D and 14E are very similar, but just different categories of E-rate. First one that we're looking at, 14D, is Gigacom, and that'll be our 5-year licensing for all of our switches, firewalls, access points. We spent the last few years upgrading them all, and this will allow us to use them and not have to worry about any warranty issues or lack of support.
Great. Any questions or discussion?
I greatly appreciate this, and I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question
Yes.
or not. It was in the headlines today that the U.S. Marshal Department was hacked.
Oh, okay.
And it's, you know, school districts are getting hacked right and left and everything. And so on these E-rate, is there, how are we protected?
So E-rate is just...
I know, it has nothing to do, that's why I said I don't think this question is
Yeah,
appropriate, but.
so E-rate requires us to be SIPA compliant, which is protecting our students and faculty of the use of our internet, and that's what qualifies us for these discounts.
Okay.
So our content filter, firewall, stuff like that, that we're showing kids how to be a digital citizens and stuff like that. But
So,
it's
you know,
not
if the
specific.
US Marshal gets hacked, I mean, where are we, right?
Right, but it's kind of different because they're more likely hosting their own things, where we work with companies that host for us. So they're the ones that are more concerned about the security. As long as my team has multi-factor authentication and those kind of things, that we're not super worried about that kind of thing happening to our data.
So we have like regular processes that we do to
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
just,
ensure.
it's more of auditing access rights.
Well, it always seems like it's the bigger school districts that get it too, because.
They do a lot of self-hosting, which
Yeah,
is
oh, I see.
a part of the problem.
Like
Yeah.
Long Beach and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They were just recently.
Right. You get more ownership, but more liability.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, so that kind of protects us too.
It does, yeah, that we were able to not have to focus so much on the in-house security of databases, where we're just worried about who has access to what, are they multi-factored, that they have to verify that they're who they are when they go to log in, and that all the different access rights are very limited, and that no one can just pull everything at once.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
That will get to be approved.
Great, Lyndon.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the E-rate bid and contract with Gigacom?
I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Gigacom.
A second?
Okay, any discussion at all anymore? Okay, so roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty? Aye. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Yeah.
Motion passed.
And then 14E.
Yeah,
Very similar.
exactly.
My only concern on this one was pretty straightforward, is how fast are we going to jump from 2 gigabytes to 10 gigabytes? Because I know that sometimes they say, hey, you know, you can jump into 5 gigabytes, and like, for example, cell phone service here.
Right.
And we're all supposed to find superintendent.
The up to.
Right, so I
Yeah, clause, yeah.
like when exactly will we be at that?
Oh, so we would be pretty much July 1st. We have to be ready to go because of the handoff that Spectrum's going to give us is different than our current handoff.
Mhm.
So there's quite a few things that we actually have to upgrade upstairs so that we can give that bandwidth to the school sites and also accept it here. So it's definitely going to come down to us being ready to accept it from them. They give you the full service, so I can vouch for that.
What about the problems that Rancho Santana has because of where it's located? And you know how they're having lots of
Like their
internet issues,
like
even
with-
cell phone.
Yeah, cell phone. I know that the cell phone service has been. It seems to get steadily better, but it's still really bad.
How about their internet?
Their internet's been great.
It's just the cell phone usage?
Just cell phone service, yeah, and because we don't really give full access to our internet, a lot of people don't jump on it with their personal devices. So, some services will be blocked unless they are a teacher and are authenticated with us. They can't go on Facebook unless.
Right. I just make sure that, so the kids, if they're doing a project, they're okay.
Oh, we went overkill on Rancho Santana, yeah, they have.
Because I know it's a major complaint in that neighborhood.
Yeah, they have like 1.5 access points per classroom coverage
Okay,
wise.
I'm talking about the entire neighborhood, the homes.
Oh, right, but
The way that,
okay.
it's just the way their location.
The only cell phone service that the Rancho Santana uses would be the admins.
And they're okay, they have good cell, because it's an issue.
Yeah, I've heard it's not that great for them. And then
Yeah, it's not that
I believe
great
the
for them.
elevator phone uses a cell phone service, but we're all Spectrum fiber to the school and fiber to every IDF at the school and copper to all the classrooms with the access points. We even installed outdoor access points, so yeah, they could go out on the blacktop and have Wi-Fi.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But the cell phone is a service issue for them?
Well, it's a sort of issue for everybody.
Well, I know, we have,
I don't understand
the
it.
woman across the street from me has Verizon, I have Verizon. She has to go in the middle of the street.
Yeah, it's a development from 2016. It doesn't make much sense.
So they cancel
It's
her.
still an issue.
We're not responsible for your neighbor.
I know.
Yes.
No, that's just how crazy
I
it
know.
is. I know.
Yeah.
Did Verizon cancel the contract without a fee? So,
But yeah, with this though, we'll be going 10 gigs to here, and then we'll have a 10 gig pipe to each school, which will allow us to decrease the throttling policies that we currently have in place.
Will Spectrum allow them to have maybe telephone service?
Well, they do have their own Spectrum like cell phone service,
Yeah.
but it's more of like they're not a main carrier.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they just slap their
Okay.
name on another carrier.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, can someone entertain a motion for the approval of the E-rate bid and contract with Spectrum?
I'll make a motion to approve 14E, E-rate bid and contract with Spectrum.
I second.
Okay, and roll call vote, trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Tosti.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
And trustee Marks, aye. Thank you, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 15, our final item is the superintendent's report for February 2023.
Okay. So, good evening. We have, is it this on? Yeah. Okay. It is our final one.
No, ISO 1617.
Oh, when we, yes.
Oh, okay.
So we have a superintendent's report that will talk about certain things that the board has asked, but also talk about some routine things that we talk about at all our board meetings and share data with the public. So as of February 21st, our enrollment was 5,667 students. We've seen it remain steady, more or less, within that area, within those numbers. Our current average daily attendance is 91.6 as of February 21st. Yes, ma'am.
Do we know, we used to have like a 96, 97%.
Right.
What is this decrease for ADA gonna cost us for the year? Have we figured that out yet? Do we have a dollar number?
That is a good question. I do not have that dollar number right now, but I would have to work with our CBO to have some sort of calculation in the future for the board. I do not know what the dollar amount would be that would reflect the decrease in ADA.
Because we should kind of know that, right?
Well, we should, and the
It's
business
P2,
department most likely
Would it
does.
be April 15th is when we find out what it's gonna, how does that work?
So the attendance reports are submitted to the state of California at various different thresholds
Right.
Throughout the year. P2, I believe, is in April, and it is the last check-in, I believe, with the state for that current school year. We're not at April yet, so we're still in P1.
But we haven't changed, this 91.6
91.6
has been all year.
More or less.
Yeah.
More or less.
It hasn't gotten to 92.
It has not gotten to 92 or above. And we've known that, we've seen it, and
My question was, how much, do we know how much we've lost in revenue from our normal 96, 97%?
So the back of the envelope answer to that is, I can give you the either lost or increase in revenue, but there are multiple things in focus here or in play here. We've had COLAs, we've gotten other funding. Our unduplicated pupil count has gone down. So with the ups and the downs and the flats and the changes, it's not, yes, it's 5. It's not a simple answer.
Right.
If you're looking for a year-over-year change, I can get you a year-over-year change. Otherwise, there's too many factors in there to narrow it just to ADA.
I see what you're saying.
okay, so thank you for that. School enrollment, that the slide reflects our enrollment as of February 21st. I do want to recognize that I left out Cerro Vista. They are at 607 students, and it is a TK through 8th grade school. I knew the slide felt a little empty, and I just could not for the life of me remember. I counted and I thought, wait, what? I accidentally missed it, so my apologies to the Cerro Vista staff. Sharks, we see you. There's 607 of you, and you are awesome. In progress, so we have collective bargaining going on with our 2 unions, HESTA and CSEA. So this is definitely in progress. With CSEA, we have finalized and finished Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we negotiate tomorrow with CSEA. With HESTA, we have finalized Articles 1, 2, 3, 5, 14, 18, 19, and 20. So we are definitely making progress. I want to thank both teams because it has been a very collaborative effort. We have dialogue, we have conversations, and I appreciate the sharing of ideas and the sharing of a focus on students and staff, most definitely. So it's in progress and we're moving forward. I also want to recognize that we have major projects going on throughout the district, and this progress is in part because of the Educational Services Department. Summer school is going to be a very, very big project. And we, like Dr. Myers had mentioned, opened up registration. We'll be having summer school at 4 different sites. Registration is now open for any families wanting to register. We're excited to offer this free opportunity for students. And this will be successful because our staff will help us make it successful. It will totally be a team effort with many, many different departments having input and having all hands on deck type of approach. It literally will take the entire village to get this up and going, but we're ready and we are excited about it.
Well, you said we've already had 200?
We have about 200 or so enrollment or registrations from families. The application or the enrollment is open. It literally just opened probably 24 hours ago, if that. So families can use the QR code. They can use the Parent Square message, which is, I believe, a Google form. And then they can also go into their school office and get a paper copy if they want to do the traditional enrollment.
Have we opened this up for jobs yet? And what job, the day camp hours, the 12:30 to 5:30, are we gonna, can we hire, who can we hire for that? And can we hire high school kids, or do we have to have?
Very good questions. So we are preparing to work on the postings. As we know, with most programs, enrollment drives the hiring.
Right.
So we need to have a really good idea as to how many students we will have on campus so that we can have an idea as to how many staff members we will need. The summer school portion, the day portion, will be teachers, certificated staff, and then the after-school portion will be classified staff. The question of can we hire high school students? We can hire, first and foremost our own staff, and then open it up to anyone from the community that meets certain criteria that would be on the posting, but a person must be 18 years or older to have a life scan. The life scan is the fingerprint clearance, so it might not be high school students. College age students, yes.
My question is, maybe I just wasn't here when this happened, but who decides of what schools are open, like Sunny Slope, Calaveras, and Hardin and Rancho? I mean, obviously, coming from District 1, I'm curious why Mays or dual language wasn't open.
Very good question. So these are 4 out of the 5 community schools. And I believe Rancho San Justo was selected because of its proximity to a more centralized area. Margaret Mays is a community school, or it will be. The choice was Rancho San Justo because of the proximity to greater neighborhoods, so to speak. HDLA is not a community school, and it did house a big summer school program last year, so it would allow for kind of like a refresh of the site if they need to do any facilities projects, because there would be no students there over the summertime.
Thank you.
Good questions. Any other questions before I move on? Okay, so in progress, and we're very excited about it. We also have student enrollment taking place, and it's taking place now and in the upcoming weeks and months. We anticipate our enrollment to continue. We also have plans to advance some of our practices. Some of our practices are phenomenal and might not need to be addressed, but one of those practices that in listening to what would make our district more user-friendly, more customer-friendly, would be to allow for our student enrollment to take place online. So a potential idea, other districts around us, such as the high school, have online enrollment where families may enroll online through a portal in Aries. One of the ideas that we have is potentially piloting kiosks, or having a kiosk, like a self-service type of computer or center set up at schools where families can do this. This is an idea and it's in progress. We would, in progress to be fleshed out. We would be working with our employees to finalize such plans, but looking into the future, we would like to streamline enrollment and have an online option available for families that commute and can't come or miss work to come and enroll in the office. We also have to keep in mind that our TK classrooms next year will be staffed at 10 students to 1 adult. So that would mean that 20 students total would require 1 certificated teacher and 1 classified instructional assistant. That is different, and that is a new law in California, but one that we are working towards implementing and being right on track with that rollout there. We're also working on staffing projections and staffing for next year. It's February, and in a few hours it'll be March, but it is definitely time to start thinking about how we will be staffing our sites next year. So in progress, with just such excitement and enthusiasm, we have teacher Don Smith, who has absolutely taken this project and run with it. He and everyone who has stepped up to coach or has stepped up to for the students, really, that's what this is all about, and submitted their applications to participate in this program. They have allowed for 2 current sports to take place, girls soccer and boys basketball. I am hearing nothing but positive praise from parents, from students seem excited, and we're very, very thankful for everyone who's making this happen. We also have an upcoming season, which includes co-ed volleyball and co-ed track and field. And this is absolutely brand new, but I believe it's an idea that teacher Don Smith has put together. Anyone who is not participating in a current sport and would like an opportunity to participate in a sport, we have something called Hollister School District Hoops Program, where the basketball courts are supervised by coaches or staff that are paid, and students can come and play in a safe environment. They don't have to commit to the teams or anything, but it gives them a safe space to come and participate. So Don Smith, wherever you're at, and all the coaches out there, thank you so much, because without them, our students would not be having sports this year.
Don's terrific. Yep.
Wonderful. So one of the big areas that we're focusing on are facilities. We do have a facilities needs committee that met on February 16th, and it's comprised of parents. I know that some parents weren't able to join us, but our staff are committed to re-inviting them. We had certificated staff, classified staff, and administrators present at that meeting.
How many?
I believe it was 12. The committee reviewed the role of the committee, what our anticipated outcomes were or are, which are the creation of a prioritized list of facilities needs that will be presented to the board publicly at the May regular board meeting. We also reviewed it, not in detail, but we reviewed one school site within the facilities needs assessment, and everybody took home a copy of that report so that they can view it at their leisure if they'd like. We also had future agendas and meeting dates that the committee were able to view and see what the progress and what the steps would be for the final outcome. Some of the ideas that came from that meeting was a possible field trip of some of the sites to view the facilities needs. That seemed to be a popular one, and I think that that could be one that we definitely could implement as soon as the next meeting. I would just need to email the committee and say, let's hop on a bus, and we're getting driven around by Director of Facilities, Mr. Bezzetta, and it's field trip time. Our playground accessibility and removal of the tire shred. We talked about what that would look like, what that means, and really discussed how that would increase the accessibility for students and staff to the playgrounds. We also talked about the possible need of an activity set for student entertainment during lunchtime at our comprehensive middle schools. This is a new idea that we've never talked about, but one that totally makes sense and that brings in the middle school perspective. We have had another school site, not at the Facilities Needs Committee, ask for some structures around their track to do the same thing. So makes sense. We also looked at we had a preliminary discussion of how to prioritize or what projects would be prioritized. We also talked about what impacted schools are. Impacted schools are the schools that no longer have room to accommodate for greater enrollment. We also are looking at what are current projects that the Facilities Maintenance and Operations Department are working on. We know that this Facilities Needs Committee will bring more work, more contracts to the department. So we are steadily prioritizing internally what kinds of things need to be handled before we really implement some of these projects on the Facilities Needs Committee side. So we've had safety camera installations. Some of our schools were lacking, or some of our schools needed upgrades, so staff worked on those. We have, as it's raining outside, it sounds like it's a flood. We've had leak mitigation at several schools, but most in particular lately at Cerro Vista and HDLA. We also, in line with sports and fitness and supporting our comprehensive middle school, had new carpet, I believe, installed at Mays Middle School at their fitness center. They're going to. The fitness center is 2 adjoining rooms, I believe, full of workout equipment that staff and students utilize to implement their PE program and so on. We also have new carpet and paint at the sensory room at Ladd Lane. This is a room that special education students use, and we're very excited to finally have that up and going. We had a water filler station at the ECE Center, which goes along with all of the other water filler stations at our school sites. We just did not have one at the ECE Center, so we're happy to say that we've been able to install one there. We also had necessary electrical work and modernization in the main building at the district office. And if you go outside a few feet into that hallway, it used to be very, very dark. Now it is upgraded to a standard level of lighting, where the first time I walked in, I thought, man, I think I need sunglasses. I can see the student art. It looks beautiful. But it was a much needed modernization there. So we're thankful for that. The next item is in progress, and it is an item that the board asked in January.
Can I stop you before you
Yes.
get to this item?
Sure.
Are we gonna get started on the playground, removing the tire shred and putting in the foam? When?
So if that is part of the Facilities Needs Committee, then we would move towards receiving that list in May from the committee, if that is a priority that's identified. If the board wants to completely bypass that process in the committee, then
It needs to be done. I'd like to bypass it. Kathy?
that would be a board decision.
Kathy, remember how bad those playgrounds are with the tires?
Right, but I think it's important that the committee members, that we not take that away from them.
Well, I'm thinking of the kids' safety and accessibility for children. I'm just thinking of the kids. We have the money. It needs to be done. And I'm thinking of the kids' safety and accessibility for kids.
Again, that could be an argument with a lot of different topics, Jan. So I'm with Kathy that, we as a board decided to build this facilities committee to analyze all of those different things. And I'm hoping by the end, by that presentation, we do have a fixed list ready to go. And, Aaron knows as well, from our discussions, and he's listening right now. So, he's a big part of steering this committee, and will have the detailed information as to what is critical and what isn't, to prioritize and work with the committee. But I don't want to take that away from them.
No, I'm just kind of surprised it wasn't, to be honest with you, I'm surprised it wasn't a top thing. It's on the list.
Well, the committee has met once,
Right.
so I think that to say that it's not a priority is
Well, no, I didn't mean
premature.
it. I'm just kind of surprised that we, we're doing water filler and.
It was on the page 1, wasn't it?
So these,
Yeah, I just remember one was there's hardly any tire shred in several of them. It's so low.
so when we talk about some of these items that the facilities department have worked on, for example, leak mitigation, if there is a leaky classroom, instruction.
Well, that's important.
It's important.
Yes.
A water filler station, when the district receives funding or a grant to purchase
So they have to take care of it.
water filler systems in bulk, and the next site up is the ECE. Are we gonna leave it in storage, or will we install it?
Yeah, I get you, It's just that, some of those playgrounds,
I
it's so
understand.
low.
No, I definitely, we walk the sites, we step down in there.
I mean,
I understand the
Yeah.
urgency. Do we have a date as to when we will have their legs? How about that?
May 25th, the regular board meeting.
Could we perhaps move it to April?
No, they don't meet until then.
If the board chooses to direct me in a different direction, then I would communicate with the committee members, but they have received
Did they
the
have
future
pictures of
agendas.
Did they have pictures of that?
That's where the idea to take the field trip came from.
Okay, so they haven't seen them.
They have not seen them, but staff work at these sites.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I just want to allow the May 25th to happen because it seems to me that the work that needs to be done, the best time to do it would be when the school is out, like to work on a playground when there are children there, right? Am I right? So before May 25th doesn't, I mean, like, we can't do anything until the kids are out of school anyway.
True, but we do have to approve this. So that's why having a list ready, maybe perhaps by April, to give us time to discuss what we want to, and how we want to spend the money.
If that is what the board would like, I could make an adjustment and communicate out to the community members or the committee members and adjust the dates and the agendas for all future meetings, and so that they can adjust their calendars and so on.
I'm
I
just
would just
concerned
need
about
direction
children's
from the
safety.
board.
So, that's where I'm at, is kids' safety. And that's, I
No,
don't
I
want to see
understand.
it. That's where
Can we ask?
I mean, we could do a motion to move the date to April 20th, I suppose, and then democracy will rule. Okay?
You can do that, most definitely. If playgrounds are a definite priority for the board, you can also direct me to continue with the committee and the work that the committee has started, but pull out the playgrounds and direct staff to move forward with that as a separate item and apart from the committee. I do believe that when we ask staff to come after hours and they dedicate time and they've committed to a committee, that as a district we should honor, their commitment. We should listen to their feedback and have an opportunity to share that with the board, because that's what we've been talking about. So
I'm not dismissing about listening to the committee.
Sure.
I'm just talking about the moving the date.
yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. That wouldn't be a problem. How would the board like to proceed right now? We're still in the middle of this report, and
Well, we really can't be making a suggestion of that type, Erica. You're in the middle of your presentation. It's not part of where you've got different things that you're talking about in progress. So it's not lending itself to say, I want to make a board recommendation and take action, because that's not really what this section is about right now.
understood.
So we're kind of getting a little lost here in what we're wanting to request, and what you're presenting. It's not lending itself for that. It's not an actual presentation on just facilities. You're just giving us an update.
Right.
So if somebody wants to make that recommendation later on in the agenda where it can lend itself for that, but I don't feel that it's the right place to do it right now.
I agree.
The board.
Yes, I agree.
Back we are. So, all right, we'll wait.
No,
We'll wait.
we're
We'll
just-
wait.
For future agenda?
Future agenda.
Okay. So moving forward with the report, also in progress, and this was something that the board asked me at the last board meeting to bring forward information on the viability or the feasibility of moving AAA to Mays Middle School. So I want to be very clear that no decisions have been made and no decisions will be made without input from our staff, our students, our families, the board, and in fact, it will be a board decision. The reason why we're talking about this is just the way we talked about it years ago. There's a lack of space at the Calaveras/AAA campus. Right now, we know that alongside the road there on Buena Vista Road, there are major developments taking place. We've had an increase of housing developments there, and it looks like it will continue to, that community will continue to grow. We need to talk about and consider what the best outcome would be for Calaveras and AAA to accommodate future enrollment and programmatic growth. That is why we're talking about it tonight. So here's a map of Calaveras and AAA. We see that this is an old map, but we see that no building has taken place. We've not approved any building. We've talked about building or bringing portables in years ago. We didn't move forward with that. Everything is still status quo at Cal AAA. It is the one school that, one of 3 schools that doesn't have a multi-purpose room or actual facility to have students eat in during rainy times such as this time that we are in right now. But really, we need to look at the lack of space for both programs there. Okay, so in looking at this, we have possible options to accommodate for growth. So we can consider relocating at AAA to another site. We've talked about Mays. The board has talked about Mays. The board has also publicly talked about, I believe in the previous year, how about Sunny Slope? We have walked Sunny Slope. We have looked at the site. We know that there are classrooms used for storage, classrooms used for after school programs, but there are not enough of them in conditions that would allow for AAA to move onto that campus. Yes?
Sunny Slope would cost us too much money to get the portables. How much is it again? 11,000? No, that's not right. How much to fix up one of those portables at Sunny Slope? Aaron?
Want to speak?
Yes, please.
So $1,100 a square foot.
And so, but what was the cost? You gave us a cost to fix one portable.
It was about, for what we were looking at, particularly the actual structure we were looking at particularly was called a cube, and that's about $1 million a cube.
Yeah, we don't.
$1,100 a square foot for a standard classroom size.
So we don't have the money to do that at Sunny Slope.
But you're also including demolition of existing facilities.
Because they're in such bad shape. So we don't have the, so Sunny Slope cannot be used in consideration for this. We don't have the money.
Okay. So then the next site that has open space or space that could be open would be Mays. It also has lower student enrollment, and it would allow for AAA as a program to grow. Some of the considerations that we also looked at would be what Trustee Grist is talking about. What else can we do, really? we looked at time and financial considerations, and these are preliminary. These are ideas that have not yet been available to the public or to staff to ask for their input. So I do want to share that. There might be other ideas out there that might come from this or from future conversations that may be better than, you know, what's in this presentation right now. With the possible move of AAA to Mays or another site, the Calaveras Library can also be moved into 2 adjoining classrooms that have an accordion door, and the site, Calaveras, then could use the current library for a multi-use space similar to Cerro Vista. This idea was mentioned at some point by staff at Calaveras that they were interested in. We also have an option of, well, should we make Calaveras a TK5 site instead of a TK8 site? It would allow for us to have some more time to make considerations. It would impact the current 6th, 7th, and 8th grade program. It would impact those families, those students. Do we look at the attendance boundary? But, you know, we also have to definitely weigh out students, right? They're already there at Calaveras as a TK8.
Plus that was our first TK8.
Mm-hmm. So then this is the map of Mays. It's also the same as it's been for years. We've not built on this site, and we have walked the site. We've looked at some of the empty rooms. We've looked at some of the rooms that are used for after-school programs only, and there are in better shape than the ones that potentially would be available at Sunny Slope, significantly.
Yeah.
Trustee Martinez, are you speaking?
No,
Oh, sorry.
I'm totally in agreement with you.
Okay, okay. So then we're looking at what considerations. This is a big deal. It's a big move, and it's going to impact sub-communities within our big HSD community. I believe that should the board choose to move forward with this decision, we as a district have an obligation to gather community input from both the AAA's family and staff, but also the Mays community. We should consider any feedback, any ideas, any opinions that they have before we make a decision. We would need to notify the communities if the board decides to move forward with the move. We would need to identify the classrooms and assess any facilities needs. They may need some minor repairs. They might need a coat of paint. They might need, you know, a new set of blinds. You know, I don't know. It would take the facilities department, you know, time to make those assessments. We would need to plan the move. A move such as moving a school would require us to notify the state of California because it is tied to a CDE code. It's tied to a particular physical address. We would need to take all of those proper and appropriate measures before we can say AAA is now at this site. We also should consider, is it going to impact staff time? If we move AAA, will our staff need additional time to pack up their classrooms? I would say yes. And then we would need to consider compensation. Will it impact our custodial staff? Will it impact our facilities staff? So those are things that we need to consider and keep at the forefront as we make these plans as well. Bell schedules. How will this potentially impact the receiving school's bell schedules? Will it impact the master schedule? Will it impact transportation? Will it impact site leadership configurations? Does it mean that you know, the receiving site remains with the current configuration of a principal and an assistant principal? Are we looking at a different configuration to lead the physical campus? What will we do to accommodate the need for office support for AAA? Are we going to look at having the same configuration that exists right now with Calaveras, where it's one office staff? So these are all talking points and things that, you know, things to consider. So as we explore the feasibility and the next steps towards potentially moving AAA to Mays, I would need direction from the board, whether it's at a future agenda item, item 17, probably would be the most appropriate place, it sounds like, as to what you would like me to do. If you would like me to move forward with this, I would recommend that we have community meetings at each of the sites, and that 2 board members attend to hear the input from the community, and that way we have some board representation there. That would be my recommendation. And then the board could consider the recommendations and make a decision based on that. So I'm going to continue because there's other topics in this report, unless you'd like to have a question specifically about AAA and moving.
So do you want us to give you a decision now, or?
The board asked for this, so it would be up to the board. If you so choose to move forward with me planning these meetings, or if you want me to take any sort of action, I would say that at the agenda item number 17, future agenda items, that you let me know what you would like for me to do, so that we can start planning if that is what you choose.
We have a couple of speakers also, so maybe we can wait till the future agenda items to make that decision.
We have to, based on what we discussed earlier today.
Okay, let's
So-
keep going.
Okay,
You're not
so,
done with your report.
no, so we're looking at the average daily attendance. We have talked about it a couple of times today. I wanted to give you the breakdown for February. As you can see, on that particular Tuesday, which would have been the Tuesday of the week of the 21st, I don't have the date in my head right now, 21st, 2019, 18th, more or less, we were at 95.6 on that particular day, so that was nice. Fridays and Mondays are always a struggle for HSD, but we acknowledge it, and we will work towards whatever guidance we can get, and it's a process. We are also looking at our daily alert system. Families are alerted when their students do not come to school, particularly when there's an unverified absence. Site staff also follow up with unverified absences if the family does not communicate with the school. We also have site motivators and recognitions. Sites are really good about recognizing students that have positive attendance, but also encouraging those students that need to better their school attendance. We also have an automated system for truancy and attendance letters that are mailed home to the families. We also have home visits by specific staff, particularly here at the district office. We have attendance contracts. The parent involvement and attendance liaison is part of the communication process when the case is escalated to the SARB process. SARB is the School Attendance Review Board, where the district attorney is present, a member of the SARB panel from the County Office of Education, and the family is present as well. So this is all in relation to how and what the district is doing to try to increase enrollment, or attendance, daily attendance, excuse me. We are so excited and thankful to Brandon and his team. Yay, this is years in the making. Thank you so much. Among everything else that's going on, the new HSD website has arrived and it's in progress of updates. So Brandon will switch the screen over so we can go live. Those screenshots do not do it justice. But what this does is it allows for district staff, department leads to regularly update the website so that we are no longer looking at years old information or outdated information. We're able to look at current news feeds. We're able to look at the weather on that day it was cloudy. We're able to look at the district calendar, social media feeds. The site itself is able to be translated into various languages according to the user's needs. We're able to access certain buttons right from the start of the website or the first front page that are frequently used, such as Clever, the student portal, Aries, the budget page, if someone's interested in applying. So the tabs are at the bottom. Thank you, Brandon. And this is a splash page that is to call the user's attention currently, because it's a new website, to that middle button there, view homepage. So if we click on that, we are able to have a splash screen. Currently, our focus is TK and kinder registration. So every single time families or the community logs into this, we can have a different splash screen as to what's new in the district. Currently, it's that, so we want to continue. As you can see, we have our latest news and announcements, which will be regularly updated. And when a family is looking at what is going on in the district, it's important to have that up front and center. This also feeds to our social media, and it feeds to Parent Square as well. If we go down, Brendan, thank you. On this side, on the left side, you see that there's the main district calendar. Our regular board meetings, our community engagement meetings are located here as well. We also, on the far right side in that gray box, those are the buttons that I was talking about. If somebody doesn't want to navigate through the department pages, they could go right to business, they can go to job openings, they can go to enrollment, Aries, and Clever for students. We have a button that appears on every screen, IT Help Desk. If someone is having a question, they can email IT Help Desk directly and get an answer. They can have different subjects. They can direct it to the school site. They can ask, for example, somebody asked us a random question. We got the alert and was able to respond immediately. It helps with the communication with our community. We also have, let me see what else is on here. Staff listing. We are in the process. We think it will be looking much better once our beautiful faces are all up and uploaded. So we'll work towards that. We have not had a staff listing page on our district website. So I'm excited to be able to have this. This will allow for anyone in the community to find us, to email us directly with a click of buttons. We have all the different department pages that also list the staff, list all the new and important information. It is just much, much better than our previous website. So thank you so much, Brandon and staff, for helping us get to that point. We're excited, and we've heard nothing but positive praise so far. Good stuff. Future agenda items. We are in progress.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, sorry.
Can we have,
Oh, yes, yes.
speakers?
Sure.
Okay, so we have two speakers. First one is Cheryl Rios.
Thank you, Lord. I just wanted to make some comments as a person who is sitting on the facilities committee. I think that the members of the committee, which include parents and I believe other community members, we've only met once, and it was only for, I believe, an hour. And so the members of the committee don't have the information that you have all been sitting with ever since we got the report that we needed $250 million in facility expenses. And while I understand that student safety is paramount in a school district, are there other short-term temporary options? You know, I know I've never worked at the school that had the tire shred, but I worked at Calaveras for years and years, and they had tan bark. And I remember custodians and district office landscape people, or whoever they were, facilities people, coming over, and they were re-raking the tan bark so that there weren't holes. they would get refill to come in, and then they would, and I'm not saying that's a permanent fix, but that could be something short-term, while the committee gets up to speed a little bit, if that is a really, really critical need. So I just wanted to mention that. And the attendance, as I was sitting there listening about the attendance and the numbers on Mondays and Fridays, definitely not being where we want them, I am learning through our PBIS check-in, check-out procedures at Mays that today's students need to have a payoff, for lack of a better term. I work with a couple students on a check-in, check-out basis, and the way I get them to come to me is on Monday mornings when they meet with me, I've got a chocolate donut. Every day when they check out with me, they have chosen their own reward at the end of the day. Today I was asked by a student of mine, just one of my speech students, I said, here's a packet, we're gonna do this packet. First thing out of his mouth was, what do we get when we're done with it? And while that, breaks my heart and just is against everything in my core, that those are the students that we have. And so maybe we need district-wide, site-wide incentives. Donuts on Monday, I don't know. Come to school and get a donut. Or within a school site, students who maintain a certain level of attendance for a month. There's, I don't know, a special movie night, or those students go on a field trip or something like that, or have competitions. The third grade class that has the highest attendance gets a pizza party. I don't know what it is, but I think that focusing on how low our attendance is isn't going to improve attendance. We have to figure out what the carrot is to dangle in front of the kids and also the parents. I remember going to my son's perfect attendance thing at the high school one year. This was many years ago, but my goodness, if you had perfect attendance for all 4 years, you walked away with about $500 worth of stuff, savings bonds and movie tickets and Target gift cards and all sorts of stuff. Those are the kids that we're dealing with right now, and they need a reward. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole?
Here. All right, hi everyone. Good evening again. So I'm just going to speak from my personal opinion, not as the president of the Teachers Union HESTA. So I want to talk about AAA. And one of the options that wasn't presented tonight was collapsing the program and integrating those kids into our community schools, especially. Mays is a community school. We have the lowest test, some of the lowest test scores, highest suspension rates, highest chronic absenteeism. It's a school where we saw 7 fights in a 5-day period. I work there. I've been working there for 5 years. We want those AAA kids. And I very much believe, and I learned this in my teacher credentialing program at Humboldt State, that tracking is actually bad for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, Black, Latino students, students of color. And so it looks good on paper. The test scores are great. And so it's just ultimately that sense of unfairness as well. We want to bring that enrichment. We want to bring that parent involvement. Mays doesn't even have a parent program at all. And that's such a bad look to bring another school on our campus where you've got all that parent engagement, all that fundraiser ability. You've got a bell schedule that's much better than the one at Mays. You've got a longer recess, a longer lunch, and us Mays teachers, and then to be told, well, why don't you go work at AAA then if you don't like your bell schedule? And it's like, no, then then the teachers, the good teachers are leaving to go work at AAA. And so I was doing some research, and so it looks like schools are kind of doing away with those programs. And I know it's so great, like, to have that on your mantle that, yeah, we have a high achieving school in the district that's award winning. And I know that's good for all that PR stuff that you all have to focus on, but we're not here for PR, we're here for the students. And so I believe in integration, absolutely, those positive role models. I've never taught an honors class. My principal has asked me to teach honors classes. I decline every year because I want to work with those kids, being the first person in my family to graduate from college. Heck yeah, I want to work with those students and show them where education can get them. And so also, if we're going to integrate, then train teachers on differentiation strategies, universal design for learning. How can I provide more enrichment then for my students who need that extra challenge? Because I also hear at AAA, it's not just more homework as it can sometimes be. You know, that's not the key to enrichment and challenging the students, is just giving them more homework. So I also disagree with that philosophy. I wrote so much, so let me just quickly. On a separate note, we're hosting the geography bee in our district. That's something I wanted to bring back and I worked with Dr. Myers on. So this Thursday, March 2nd, if you can attend, it's 2 o'clock at Mays in the library. I'm not sure at the other schools. If I could just quickly say it, Rancho Santana, Rancho San Justo, HDLA, if they get enough kids, AAA, they'll all be participating. And then we have the district-wide competition on March 23rd. Yes, at 2:30 in the Mays Gym, and that's where the top 3 champions from all 5 participating schools will compete. So I'm super excited to come see them.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. Future agenda items, we've been reporting out which ones are completed and which ones are in progress. The list has grown, so all the completed ones were not part of this screenshot. In progress, I believe in the month of March is the mobile dental program. Those dates were set. We had the flyer for public view at the last board meeting. The budget committee in progress. We had a great increase in the month of December. Money was on our mind, and we had many recommendations for a roadshow in regards to the budget. At our January 28th special board meeting, we decided, or the board decided, to change that to a budget workshop. So it is in progress. We have a budget workshop coming up in a couple of weeks, and we will be able to finally mark that off and take off the green, and that will no longer be in progress. We also last month had a complex request. I would think that incorporated a lot of different pieces of data. Because of the complicated nature, we've been breaking it down and providing it in separate reports. And so I would say at that time when this agenda was printed, it was in progress, but I think that we've addressed a lot of what we needed to hear from that request last month. Information on the different electives was sent to the board in a weekly report. We also talked about, as a future agenda item, lactating accommodations for staff, and whether or not we had a policy. Board policy 5146, exists. I don't know if there's any other discussion about that, or if that is just, could be marked off as completed. And then the final one was the plan to move AAA to Mays, and that was talked about tonight.
Wonderful.
So with that, there's a lot of positive things happening in our district. Yes, we have our challenges, but all of the positive things could not happen each and every day without the staff that come to work every day to work with our students. So I just want to thank everyone for their dedication, for their passion, and for their desire to work with Hollister School District students. Without them, we would not be able to fundamentally exist, right? And fulfill our requirement of instructing students. So thank you, staff. Each and every one of you make a difference. You're a piece of the puzzle, and I appreciate every single one for their work that they do every day. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
So item number 16, board member report. Let's start with Trustee Grist.
I went last week to watch the third graders perform their finale of their 8 weeks of ukulele training, and they did four songs in their repertoire. They were quite good. By the way, did I say fourth grade? It's third grade. Third grade. And so they did a pretty good job. Sweet. Yeah. So that program's over for them right now. I don't know where they go next. So that's it for me.
Okay, trustee Perez?
Let's see, I attended the budget perspective workshop, the governor's budget.
Oh, yeah,
We
I did
all
that.
We all did,
Yeah,
That was
and the Brown
on
Day.
January 26th. I also attended right after that the Brown Act workshop by the County Office of Education. That was 5:30 to 7. I also attended a Hollister School District workshop on 128 from 9 to 12.
I did that.
We're out there. I also have put on my own agenda to visit all the school sites. I went on February 7th, I went to the Dual Language Academy. Superintendent Eric Sanchez accompanied me. Principal Ruiz took me to a couple of the classrooms, and then I also attended the staff meeting. And then again, I did that this afternoon with Ara Harding. I went with Lily Espinosa, I chatted with her, and then I attended the staff meeting with them. And I think they got a couple more schools to go to. And the teachers asked me to come back and visit their classrooms, and they also asked how would they like me to arrange that, and I said, you guys make it, organize it, and then just tell me when. I'll organize it with my wife. That's where I'm at.
Great. Trustee Toasty? Trustee Martinez and I had an board outreach at Aro Hardin, and it was quite lovely. It was a lot of comments. Colleen did a great presentation. The crowd was very lively. So we had a lot to discuss. And I also went service to see the students play their instruments. And it was wonderful. I was informed that it is called a ukulele, not a ukulele.
I didn't
So the music teacher was great. I talked to a couple of the teachers there, the third grade teachers. They absolutely love it. They said the students love it. They said it's absolutely wonderful. So that was a pleasure. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Martinez?
Same to the other board members that, attended the training with, oh my goodness, I forgot the company, for the state budget review for January. Also the Aro Hardin community meeting. To me, I love those meetings, folks. We had quite a few parents show up, which was so great to see, the interaction there at that table and just the feedback from, some moms, and you had a dad. So it was really great. Everybody, was passionate. They love their kids. They love their work. And that was so evident that night. To me, I think, this is why we do what we do, right? Is to really connect with them at their level, at, their home, in their location. That's the main reason, these workshops are so important, even though it's just 2 board members. But I think Erica's done a great job too, since she's taking notes of everything that's being said and discussed, can freely then at that point, disseminate the information to the rest of the board, and which is really helpful, because we can't all be there, right, to hear what's happening at each site. But I think it's important for all of us to know the information, so that when decisions come before us, we're better equipped to really understand what's happening at that ground, at that level, the site level. But that's pretty much for me.
For me, I just wanted to, of course, I attended the workshops too, and I'm going to be reading at Service on Thursday for Dr. Day, and I'm excited about that. We received a letter, I just wanted to bring it to your all attention again, about CSBA Delegate Assembly Representative for San Luis County. Has been identified as Patty Nemi, and she's also working with Rachel Wells, who's our PACER, which basically is an advocate for us with other organizations in the governmental area, which brings me to legislative action week. We have to register by tomorrow if we want to attend. I know that it's March 14th through 16th. I personally cannot, but I think that if you're interested in participating, go ahead and register, and they will provide training and also talking points.
Well, it's virtual, right?
It is virtual, but they'll prep you basically for advocating, and then set up the appointments with the local representative. And I think it says state senators and assembly members. So, anyways, wanted to bring that so that we have an opportunity to shine light on our most pressing issues in our schools and families in this area. Thank you. Timed me? Well, that was me. Sorry. I'm timing me. We also, I wanted to check on, well, I can do that later. That's all I have then. So for item 17 is future agenda items. We are at that place.
I do want to apologize to Superintendent Sanchez. I brought the two speakers in early, and I didn't want to interrupt your superintendent. I don't feel it should be interrupted, so I apologize for bringing them in a little bit early.
No problem. So now would be when, if anybody wants to bring up an agenda item, or would this now be the time where we could discuss whether or not, all right, so you want to restate, Trustee Perez, do you want to restate?
Before I go to that, I have other things I wanted to discuss. For the agenda for next month, especially in the section 12 of the consent items, I would like, especially in consideration of actions and ratification of warrants, which would be for March of 2023, I would want more details in some of those subjects, such as like vehicle maintenance, is it specific vehicle, like school supplies, is it what specific schools it's going to. I just need more details because I want to make sure that we are distributing our funds equally, especially for like maintenance. If it's a particular truck that we're constantly having to fix, then maybe it's time for a new truck, just to save us money. Things also, the consideration and action and ratification for contracts under 15,000. Again, I would want more details. I think I saw a couple things on there that were like, not that big of a deal, but it was asking for like DJ for the couple dances, and one was $950, the other one was $600, and I just would like to know what discrepancy is it, because it's longer hours, a different service, different vendor, those kinds of things, so.
That was a different vendor.
Right, I mean, again, that's, but those are some of the details that I would want for future consented items.
Well, maybe-
And so I would like to make a motion that next agenda, we ask for more details in those two areas.
I did want to, I did thank you for those comments and for the recommendations. I do want to mention that for the contracts that are under 15,000, there's a board policy that allows for us to have the ability to approve the contracts prior to board approval and have them appear before the board via a spreadsheet.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
I just would like more detail.
On the
That's all I'm asking
spreadsheet?
for. Yes, that's all I'm asking, more detail.
I think,
Not that you require my approval.
Yeah.
It's just that I would like more detail.
I think
And
also
again,
we
that's
have
just me.
the questions, you know, there's, you know, we have those questions that we can ask Superintendent Sanchez.
You know, she shared that page where we could
Yes.
put questions. I'm just gonna tell you what I've done in the past. And it was part of my orientation because it gives me an opportunity to learn directly from the source, but I asked for those particular things, and then we didn't have a CBO then, but our then office manager for the business department helped me understand the very specific, but I outlined on what page and what, and so I would suggest that's a good way, because otherwise it's a lot more work for our staff. And then as far as you can do the same thing with those contracts that you're interested in. You can put that on that page, and as long as we allow time, then the staff can take a look at that before and give you your answers before we come to approve the agenda.
And I understand that, but again, we're talking about time. We do not get the agendas until 72 hours beforehand, right? And so.
Well, 96.
I mean, and so, again, it would just be, again, I take a duty to review everything, and I need that to make sure that I'm reviewing everything. If we need to make a motion to we vote as a board, I am happy to do so, and so that's why I'm making a motion so that we vote if we can include those extra details on those agenda items.
So he's made a motion, Lisa, so there has to be a second for it to then be taken for a vote for the full board to direct Superintendent Sanchez for that directive to be done for next month.
Okay, is there anyone willing to second?
I'd like you to make your motion very clear.
Okay. Motion. I'm not talking about a paragraph. School location.
That's a lot of detail.
Well, this is we work out of a warehouse. So I'm a history teacher at May, and I fill out order form, and I need 3 12 by 18 green construction paper, and I need 3 packets of colored pencils. So then I get it signed, and then they go into our supply room and they give it to me. Because what happens is that someone in our main office at Mays will they'll order umpteen, maybe a case of crayons, a case of colored pencils, and an X amount of ream of paper. And from the warehouse here, that gets shipped to me. Okay, well, this is what I'm trying to explain now, like supplies come. So when you asked, you know, what school? So that it would be very difficult for them to do that because it's replacing what we stock in the warehouse. Help me, Beth.
Help, no, you're doing good, you're doing good.
Oh, okay, all right, well.
I think that from my perspective, and I appreciate whichever board member said we need more detail, or please, you know, revise your motion. I need to know what you're trying to get at, because sometimes what you want, if you tell me what that is, I can give you what you want, where it's maybe not what you're saying, if you know what I mean. So when you're talking about the contracts under 15,000, you want to know what school that's for? Because I know that that's not currently on the spreadsheet.
No, it was in some, again, I'm just talking about discrepancy, but perhaps you're correct. I will withdraw my motion, and perhaps you and I can meet this week or next week and discuss some of my concerns.
And you know, the board member was right, there is also, if there's a specific item that it's not clear, that question list that comes out, as soon as we get the first question, Superintendent Sanchez is sending it out to all of us. And we're on it, because we want to be able to give you the information that you need. And maybe after our conversation, you know, you and I can get down into what you're looking for, and then I can start delivering something that meets the needs, and it might be more helpful for the other board members as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a great idea, because what happened for me is I had to look at the fact that on any given month, it's $1 million plus monies going out, right? And so for me, what I do is I look for super big ticket items that don't seem clear to me, and then I will ask a question about, like, what is that? So that would be my suggestion. All right, well, Trustee Perez, do you have other items, right?
I do, but
Let's get them out. That's how we understand.
okay, the other one is, actually, I'm concerned more about the AAA. I'm obviously I'm new, and I'm open to listening to all sides. So I really would like, I'm open to the idea of talking to the community. Obviously, I always appreciate community input, but I also would like to hear like the input that Cheryl, right? That Ms. Rios actually said that, or no, it was Nicole.
Yeah,
I talked about that it would be maybe beneficial for the school district to disseminate all those high achieving students because there is educational research that states that there is like a zone of proximal development, which shows that when you have a high achieving student and working with a underachieving student, that they can pull the other student to the upper level. And so I would like to hear that as well. So if we could maybe perhaps do an evening where there is a presentation from all sides or all other, I'm open to it.
Yeah, I think that we're way too late in the school year to dismantle a school for next year. I think that would not be a good idea.
But it can, so I hear what you're saying, and
yeah, and I hear
maybe when
it too.
it's time to talk about what options
I agree.
are available for how we fix the issue of the space issue, that should be an option. That should
Yes,
be an
yes.
option of consideration.
We can't be making any decisions tonight or recommendations tonight, whether it's too soon, too late, whatever. I think Superintendent Sanchez was just wanting some direction tonight as far as what we requested, what would that look like, what are the next steps now as a whole for the board? You know, what do we want her to do now? That she's kind of given us a preliminary snapshot into what that would look like. And she highlighted, you know, certain things that she's gathered. But again, never doing anything in a vacuum. We definitely have to talk with folks. And we did that when we talked about HDLA and Gavilan Hills. We did it with, AAA and Calaveras, and Mays, in the past as well. So, I think, and Superintendent Sanchez was here when we did all of those things as well. So, she's familiar with what that would look like. But we do, we've always been a district of choice. And that's what's really driven what we offer our community. And I want to hear from different folks to see what their wishes are. As a parent, if they have a AAA child, they should have, a voice as well into the conversation, and not just assume that, putting their children into the regular system is what they want, because they may just pull their child out and put them somewhere else. So again, we want to try to hear out what people really want to do, and what we can accommodate and what we can do in the time frame we have and with the facilities that we have.
Well, I would like to see, I have a couple of concerns. If we're getting close to the end of the year, and I think we need to maybe have a special board meeting where it's more of a where we invite the parents of both schools to come, and we
can't have a board meeting. It can't be designed that way, Jan. It would have to be at each site. You have to, and it's just for them to talk to us, to give us feedback. It's not even us engaging with them and having that type of dialogue. It's just us getting input. Parents coming to the podium and saying, "This is what I love about, X, Y, and, about my school, and this is what I want," etc.
We need to schedule it before our next board
meeting. That's what Miss, Superintendent Sanchez was asking for, is what do we want now? Okay, so if that's what you're saying, the first step would be for her to organize these two separate entities on their turf, right? AAA would have to be at Calaveras, having those parents with two board members come and speak to us, and then also at Mays, and having those folks, that staff, those parents come to us and give us their feedback, and then from there,
I don't understand why they can't come and talk to us.
Because as a board, we haven't made a decision. They're just, what you're wanting is seeking information from them. We're not making a decision at that point. You're just seeking.
I'm not saying that, but it has to be, why can't we have a public forum and listen to all of them without making a decision and just making it
because you don't want what happens, Jan, is that you'll have, it's almost like a turf thing. I want to give folks the venue of being able to talk freely about their school.
No, I'm saying that we'll all meet them. I understand what you're saying, but we'll all go to Calaveras, we'll talk to the parents.
But
and then
we can't go as a board. We couldn't all go together as 5 board members.
For a public meeting? Like a workshop?
It would be 2 board members that would be able to go, because it wouldn't be the board engaging with the community. It's just getting information.
Limit it to the parents of AAA. Thinking of having option of disseminating those students with the rest of the district, because that affects the rest of the district as well. Can you hear me?
No, actually, I don't think your mic is, I can't pick up on what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, but I'm saying, I agree with her that we do, on top of the 2 meetings, we do need to have an an opportunity for the parents from the other schools to want high achieving students in their other schools as well. Because having those students in those schools are also gonna be helpful to their schools by helping raise those numbers there, because you have high achieving students. And that might also socially improve the students in those other schools. I mean, as Nicole was saying. So again, we don't have the data to support that, but the research, at least from higher education, I know that the Laboratory of Comparative Human Cognition from UC San Diego would have information regarding this. So, I mean, again, we have to keep an open mind and not just focus on how these two schools or these two parents will focus on. And so, again, I think, yes, we send two parents to each, not two parents, but two board members to those meetings, because I understand by having three there, it becomes an official meeting. I get it, and we don't want to do that, but we do want to hear them. So we could do that for those two sites, and at the same time, we can have an open board where we can have other parents from other schools think about what they feel about this, move is mine.
You are heard. Erica, do you have anything to say, or?
Well, I think I would need clarification. I'm not too sure quite yet what our future board agenda items, other than we do want a presentation regarding potentially dissolving AAA at a potential future meeting, per Trustee Perez, and then Trustee Grist, some community meetings regarding AAA and Mays.
Is that possible?
Is that, well, like two separate ones? I know that we're talking about, there seems to be a disagreement in regards to two separate ones. One, Trustee Perez, I think you had an idea of maybe it sounds like three or more.
He's saying every school that
I'm thinking, I mean, three where we invite the parents from all the other schools and say, this is something we're thinking about, what's your input? I mean, does it affect them as well? I agree, we could also get it done with one.
Well, that too, but I'm thinking, I'm a parent right now. And as a parent, if I'm a parent of a AAA student, I'm probably flipping right now, going, what are you doing?
Well, yeah, but it was just presented as something that's being considered, not something that's going to happen. And I think, I don't know, I may be way off base here, but I think if we take some steps backward and kind of realize that as a board, we set the direction, but Erica and her staff figure out the how. And I think we're in the how right now.
Well, we're on a time crunch too.
Does it have to happen for the 23-24 school year?
Yes.
Does it?
So in order for there to be no change, we would need to remain status quo with all things. If the board chooses to remain status quo in all things, then no decisions need to be made. We potentially could foresee some students from Calaveras may be displaced to other neighborhood schools due to the inability to accommodate them should we have, a higher enrollment.
Right, there's not enough room at the end.
Should we table this?
Well, I'm just concerned about, can we meet the timelines? I don't know what the timelines look like, right? Superintendent Sanchez, and that's where, that would tell me whether these conversations would be mute. Because again, we've been kind of talking about this. We know the impact that it has already on the site, just like we know other sites are impacted as well. When there's two entities on one site it makes it very hard on facilities and on students and staff. So I figured, you know, we could tackle this one. We know we have room at Mays, you know, it felt like, you know, we could start the conversation. If we could get those 2 community meetings done. Because again, moving the program is major, but dissolving it, I think, is even more. It's at a whole different level, right, of conversation. And we haven't brought up the discussion of dissolving the program. That wasn't, I don't think, in our thought, right? It wasn't in mine, to be honest. So, but like your things, the plan, the bell schedule, program needs, AAA office, site leadership configure, you know, those were all perfect things that still kind of need to be figured out, right? Do we have enough time to get these things hammered out from now, March to June, or however long you need? Because I don't know, like you said, state things that need to be changed, what that window of time looks like, right, to be in compliance with meeting those requirements. But, you know, doing nothing isn't helping. It really isn't helping that school site. And they've been asking for something to happen. And if it wasn't portables, and we missed that bus too, by the time we order portables, it'll be another school year. Again, we need to figure out, when you have empty rooms sitting at a school site, it just doesn't, to me, we have room at other schools. It doesn't make sense to continue impacting a school when you know you have space somewhere else.
You know, we have a fiduciary responsibility to use our money responsibly. We have, for us to, that's why when we brought up Sunnyslope, the idea of $1 million for a portable, well, we can't spend that kind of money to be able to increase enrollment at Sunnyslope. We have empty rooms at Mays. The idea that we have room for that. The grade levels will be very similar, so I think the bell schedule is not an issue. I mean, there's a lot of things that'll just meld very easily. And this is a school of choice, so when the parents made the decision to enroll their child into AAA, they knew that, you know, this is a school of choice, so you have to make sure your child can get to school. I mean, that's the way it was set up. It's always was set up that way. I think that we need to make some decisions, because I don't think we should displace neighborhood children from Calaveras. We have a responsibility for them. That's what I'm concerned about.
Shall we set up a community meeting?
I think we should.
That's what the board would like for me to do. We can get dates on the calendar. I would need to know which board members will be attending, so I can coordinate with those board members.
I'll be happy to attend whatever evening you need to.
Well,
who's the trustee for that school? Do we know?
My only school is Sunny.
Okay.
I think trustee Perez might be Mays, no? Yes. And then trustee Martinez may be Calaveras.
Okay, because I thought Hardin was mine, but I don't think so. I thought it was Kathy's, right? We were like, okay. But I think it's important that because I know with areas, we had talked about this as well, and that's kind of the whole premise too. You know, it's you're in our area, you have a voice as a board member for our constituents in that area. And I think it's important, you know, that person, you know, whoever that person is, be there, and then you can select another person. To, you know, just like when we go to Mays, whoever that trustee goes to Mays should also, and then you can pick whoever else you want for that. Two separate, you know, two different people for each one.
I'd love to go to Calaveras.
I'll be happy to go to that.
Okay. And I'll sit this one out.
Okay, so I will coordinate with those two, let me write it down because.
And then then we'll make a decision from our input.
Well, we would have to then schedule a board meeting, because it would have to take board action. If we're making a decision, then we would have to, like Board Member Perez said, you know, at that point, then it's open to anyone who wants to come in and talk about those talking points, whether it's relative to, you know, whatever discussions we want to have. Right now, we just need information from AAA and Mays, and then come to a board meeting. It could be a special board meeting, and, you know, they're open to everyone in the community. So at that point, anyone who wants to have their comment heard, you know, prior to us making a decision. And hopefully by then Superintendent Sanchez also has, you know, logistics as far as rooms and what costs would be kind of más o menos, right? Here or there as far as moving and if there's, like you said, you know, what's needed in the classrooms to ensure that they're in working order. Right, how much that will cost, if it's carpet or paint or whatever. But just to kind of gauge to figure out what all that would look like.
Superintendent Sanchez, did you need other information, not for this topic, but for any of the other topics? Because I wasn't sure, something you said we needed direction. Was that the one?
So that was the one, so
Okay.
I can know how to proceed. So I will coordinate with Trustee Grist and Trustee Perez to schedule a meeting at Mays, and I will coordinate with Trustee Martinez and Trustee Toasty to schedule a meeting at Cal AAA. Are we wanting a presentation regarding dissolving AAA? Is that a future agenda item, or taking that off the list?
I would like, I mean, let's finish this and then I'll make a motion on the.
Okay, I'm gonna remove it for right now.
For now, no.
Yeah, okay.
But hold it in your head.
Can I ask that in regards to the costs, that, do you want to look into the cost of fixing up moving the library at Calaveras and setting up as should that be in the cost of setting up the new library at Calaveras and the multi-purpose?
No, because this is a discussion of moving AAA to Mays, so that would be a separate, that would be a facility. That would be something that the facilities committee could now consider, right? If that would be a priority list, right, need at that point to, now that, you know, if a decision is made to move, you know, AAA, then you have options to discuss. And that should be something that then Erin would have a conversation with the committee once the board makes a decision on what to do with AAA.
Well, then what about the cost of the science room for AAA?
The what?
A cost of a science room for AAA at Maine, their own science.
Oh.
Because the sharing, I think they would have to have their own science room. Be impossible to incorporate them with the 6 to 7
Right. Yeah, I know we discussed that the last time that we talked about moving it over, but again, I mean, in the meantime.
Well, you said we have to look at the cost, so I think.
Right. Yeah, but it would be an evolution of building it in. I don't think it would be like, it would be part of the moving, to really have to say, okay, we need this right now, as part of, getting them moved over there. But
Thank you.
I know what you're saying, Jan. There's other logistical things and needs that will be discussed, but I don't want it to hinder our conversations about the main point of just getting them moved or not.
Do you have any future agenda items, Trustee Martinez?
Going to I know in Superintendent Sanchez is the attendance, and they were talking about, incentives and trying to figure out, I know we used to do campaigns, we used to do like fun things for the kids, this, what I see here isn't any different than what's happening at the high school. It's I think it's the re-engagement of students, but when, I see high schoolers, they're high schoolers, they're not littles. For me, the littles, it's the parent, right? Either getting them to be responsible to bring them to school on time or to bring them to school at all. And if we're not setting the example to get parents to understand the importance of coming to school every day when they're small, there's nothing we can do by the time they get to high school. It's the pattern has been too institutionalized in them to just not care about coming to school. If they don't, one day it becomes to 2 days and it becomes a habitual thing. So I don't know that. I know you were saying, because there's part of it you're saying is district people doing certain things and then site doing something else. So I was trying to distinguish how they work together and how we can better improve, I guess, getting kids to school, right? Because I know you have someone there, you said you had someone at the DO helping with attendance, but then also site people making phone calls. So what are we missing? What is the core cause of why kids are not coming to school? I think that's what I'm trying to figure out. What can we discover from these home visits or conversations, right? What is needed? Is it transportation? I know for some of our high schoolers that are migrant, their parents go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning. If they don't have a way to get to school and there's no bus, they don't come to school. The parent isn't there, they're not getting up and getting them up. So again, what are those barriers? What do we need to really hone down and figure out what we need to do with our littles to get them to fix this pattern, right, that's broken, and get our parents to just re-engage, and see the importance of their child's education.
Well, this
so
is
that's
a nationwide
what
problem.
Superintendent Sanchez, right? How can we, what are we missing, right? What can we do? How can we support you as a board to figure out what's missing? Is there, do we just not have enough staff? Do we need something else? Do we need to approach it differently? How can we help improve ADA that will help, bring in revenue? Because it isn't, I'm not saying it's about the money, it's about kids being in the classroom learning. Because at the end of the day, if they're not in the classroom, the interventions, all this stuff is really a moot point.
Good point. Is that a future agenda item or just something that
I know she presented, that piece, and I just wasn't sure, if we needed to look a little deeper into that piece, because I know we're doing all these great things, but again, if the child isn't in class to get all of that great, support from all of our wonderful staff, we're not, we got to figure out what we need to do as a district to help get these kids re-engaged. And Jan, I know you're going to say they're sick or COVID and all these other things.
I think that we could probably pay somebody just from what we would get additionally in pay if we had somebody just knocking on doors every day and finding out and taking Sally or Susie or whatever, or Frankie or Freddie, saying, hey, come on, let's go to school, and, bringing them, driving a little school bus and bringing them to school. This is a nationwide problem. It's all from the, starting from COVID and the pandemic, and how we change this. Everybody in the nation is trying to figure it out. I think being positive is what we need to do, recognizing how we feel good when they come to school, what it means to us when they come to school. Erica and I have had some discussions, and I think she's going to propose some things in March about what we can do. And I agree, it has to be positive, and hopefully we can, make things happen. I don't know what else to say, except I would like to see it on our agenda for improving attendance. I think it's going to be a group effort. The county kind of fell apart, they really haven't come up with much, huh? Yeah. So I think we got to do it on our own.
Well, I think that there's a lot of great conversation happening, and I agree attendance is very important. Is the board asking for a report? Is this, or just information sent to the board? What would the board like in regards to what is needed to improve ADA?
I think that maybe we need to be working on a plan, maybe for next year, something where you've got your cabinet together and the principals, where you guys are thinking about what can we do to start the year off next year. And we have to come up with, maybe we're putting money where we're doing it weekly. We're putting money aside to do something weekly. We're doing something, maybe we're targeting the lower grade, putting our emphasis on kinder to third grade. I mean, you guys have the statistics.
When do we start building the next LCAP?
It is in progress.
Okay, so when we're setting direction as a board, we should prioritize this as something that we set direction with.
Yes.
Improving attendance.
Because it affects learning.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what we can add, right, as far as setting direction, and then you can figure out how that happens, right? Okay.
So not a future report.
I think it's more about building it into the LCAP.
Okay.
Definitely, yeah. Because I think the more adults are involved, in just looking at the issues we're having with the high schoolers, it's trying to figure out what that team looks like, right? If you're looking at one student and he's got different needs, social, emotional, what does that group of people look like? What would that support look like, right? If we had an ideal program that, we have PBI, we have all these acronyms out there, that I'm trying to figure out, okay, this specific student and, having teams working with a student that is being supported, and when you have an adult that is following you and cares whether you come to school and little Johnny didn't come to school, you know what? I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call and say, talk to mom or talk to Johnny. Johnny, why didn't you come to school today? We missed you. I'm trying to figure out how we can establish this rapport with our kids so that they feel important.
I watched this on Facebook, and it was teachers, they meet, they pick a student, and it's why they are happy to come to school, what this student brings to them, and what makes them feel good about coming to school. And they pick a student, and then they do a card, and then they bring them in, and they talk to them one-on-one. I love coming to work because of you. And then they tell them in this card why. So I was saying to Erica, what if we turn this into like an attendance? And when you come to school, I like it when you come to school because you make my classroom better. Flip it. And try the personal touch. What if we tried something like that, where we're reaching out to the kids, saying, when you come to my classroom, you make my class better.
Almost like a capturing card option there that maybe we can incorporate that in there.
We got nothing to lose.
Right.
And everything to gain.
Yeah.
And it's all about relationships. But if we tell our kids, you make my day, and I've said that to kids before. I'm so glad you're here today. And sometimes that's what they just need to hear. Mm-hmm. But who do we concentrate on? I mean, for me, of course, I taught 8th graders, 7th and 8th graders, but you're right about the patterns, Liz. I mean, those patterns are set in the younger grades. There's no question about it. And a lot of those patterns are done because of the parents. But I still think we can make it happen. And that's just something that we need to talk about.
And it's not a future agenda item, right?
Right.
Okay.
So,
I don't know, I'm just talking, maybe it's something that Superintendent Sanchez would like to talk with her cabinet and cite principal about. And you're right, it's a capturing kids' heart thing.
okay, is everybody okay with moving on to the next agenda item, which is announcements and reminders? Does anybody have any announcements or reminders?
No.
Okay. So.
Oh, I do have, when are we gonna meet with Jackie again?
So I have some dates that were sent to me this week, and I will be sending them to the board.
Okay.
The original dates didn't meet everybody's availability, so we have to try again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does anybody want to introduce a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0. We adjourn at 9:45. Thank you.